How's it going, gamers? This is Pruitt. We got Jim Davis. Today on WebDM, we're going to do some D&D. We're going to roll it up. I'm Pruitt. We got Jim Davis as DM. We got Autumn over here. We got Josh Davis over here. And we got Emma on the laptop. Let's get to it.
As I understand it, Fabian, Ren, and Theron have gone below decks to sort through the bag of loot that Ren pulled up from Aseltine's hovel. John is sort of healing some people and is going to go talk to the captain, Tekla.
Yes.
So only John is above decks at the moment. Those of you who are down below decks are using this period of sort of rest and recuperation. There are, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 separate potions. In a slender case, there is there's like a wand of some kind, a coiled piece of rope that's in pretty good condition, an eyeball that's floating in a jar of what looks to be murky water.
Ew.
Not a potion. The eyeball is animated and moves. A magic ring that you found, and a pearl on a silver chain that radiates magic as well.
Ooh.
Pretty.
And a scroll with a couple of arcane scrolls and spells on it.
Useless.
Get rid of them.
So, in the interest of getting straight to the action, none of you guys can attune to any of these items yet before your services are going to be needed. So we'll just I'll post the entire list in the D&D thread, and over the next 2 weeks we can kind of divide up the treasure. But that's kind of what Ren and Theron and Fabian are doing down below decks. And then, John, you were above decks talking to Tekla.
Mm-hmm.
And the two of you from the north, so from the direction of the mainland, see 2 bolts of brilliant green lightning pierce the sky and hit the ground somewhere on the mainland. Just like they light everything up with green light for a split second before it goes back to the sort of storm that's been raging around you.
Well, I'm John's in the middle of attempting, probably poorly, to convince Tekla to divert course back to the mainland, and he would just point at the lightning, be like, I don't know what's going on. We need to find out what's going on.
So that's what you're trying to do. What's your argument? Why are you?
The argument is that we're dealing with a very advanced coven of hags. We just ran into them. I think we killed a few of them, I believe, but
You could say that again.
yeah. But the night hag, Aseltine, is still alive, and that means trouble for the coast, and it could mean trouble for them as well. So that's his argument is a logical one. We need to find out what's going on, because even the high elves could be in trouble from this.
Yeah, she's suspicious of humans because she's never really met one. The half-elves that she has in her entourage are clearly treated as inferior.
Yeah.
They're manning oars and ropes on the sails. They are not in any position of sort of authority.
Sure.
But you're in the middle of arguing, let's go back to the mainland. It was this thing with all these hags. She doesn't seem interested in it, but the flashes of green lightning catch her eye.
Mm-hmm.
And she seems to go, after they, about a minute or two, or not a minute, but a moment or two after they strike, you see her kind of space out for a second. She's just sort of stares at something in the distance and mumbles something under her breath before she starts barking out orders to change course and head north.
Good. North is towards the mainland, yeah.
Towards the mainland.
Yeah.
So those of you below decks, you're in
John
the cabin.
did it.
You can see the flash of green light through through one of the portholes. Just sort of like streak in through a window or something.
Yeah.
less than a minute or two later, you can sense the change in course direction, and can tell that you're traveling in a different direction.
Okay, Jim. Once I see the green through the portcullis or whatever, or the port windows, I would probably go up above deck.
Okay. Yeah, you guys are like sampling potions and looking at a bunch of weird stuff that you found. A lot of it appears to just look magical and is in fact worthless. So you guys are sort of divvying up all that, and I'm assuming just kind of talking and chatting and all that kind of good stuff.
Yeah,
so
when
Theron is heading up. What about Rin and Fabian?
Yeah, I would head up when I saw the lightning as well.
I would head up when I felt the boat actually change course.
Okay.
Be like, wow, he talked her into something.
Yeah, see?
Maybe she's not
actually
such a
happened.
total bee.
It actually really happened.
Jim, I was using my flaw. I'm convinced of the significance of my destiny. I must be important in this situation. So,
That's wonderful. I would award you inspiration for that, and I think that's worth an inspiration point. We don't use inspiration that much, but that's not because I don't like the rule, but because I forget it exists.
yeah, so I thought I'd bring it up.
So it just does. I need John to make me a perception check.
Okay.
And then as everyone else comes up on board, so the Theron, Fabian, and then eventually Rin, we need to make perception checks as well. John is going to be first to notice.
I got a 23.
Yeah, you see a giant fin sailing through the water, maybe about 100 feet off the starboard bow of the ship.
Oof. Okay.
That shark.
And it's around that time as Fabian and Theron are coming up from below decks that the person on watch in the crow's nest blows out their horn, like a big horn, as a warning that enemies have been spotted.
Yeah. I load my crossbow.
So I want to go ahead and roll initiative before we get really into it.
Let's do it. Jim, I've got, I'm using the new ranger, so it says in the rules that I have advantage on initiative. It kind of implies that it's in natural settings, but I assume on the sea would be a natural setting.
You assume what?
That since we're on the sea, I'm in a natural setting, and so my advantage on initiative would apply? Or is that...
in this case, you're in sort of a natural setting. You get it in any kind of natural environment. You no longer have a favored terrain. Right?
Yeah, that is correct,
so it doesn't
yeah.
matter that, I'm going to go ahead and say yes.
Okay, okay.
Advantage on initiatives, but it is sort of a fuzzy rule that I hope when they release
it
the
is.
actual version of those, clean up some of the language.
It's a little strange that they don't specify exactly when it would be, unless it's all the time, in which case I wish they would say that as well.
Yeah.
Okay, John got a 21.
Got a 21.
Mm-hmm.
Can anybody beat a 21?
No.
No.
Ooh.
My next highest initiative is 17. Can anybody beat a 17?
No.
I got a 14.
I got a 15.
Okay.
I got a 5.
Ooh.
Even though I got a 23 on my perception check, so I assume I saw the fin too.
Yeah, I
you
got
see the
18
fin is
perception.
coming up.
I'm just stunned into stupidity for a moment.
Yeah. What's that?
We're gonna need a bigger boat.
Okay, so initiative order is going to be John, the first group of enemies, Fabian, Rin, whatever's casting that giant fin through the water, and then Theron following it up after that. So John, all this kind of happens. The person on watch blows out their horn, and in Elven calls down sea devils.
Oh.
That he can see sea devils.
Okay.
So you've got the initiative.
All right. Let's see. I don't know if it's an action or not, but I'm going to slide my goggles of night on just so that I have, in case it's still overcast and dark.
No, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's getting to be. The overcastness of it, everything here is in dim light.
Yeah, I mean,
So, yeah.
he wears them up here anyway. He flips them down.
Gotcha.
Do I still see the big finned thing?
Yeah, it's sort of heading on a. So if you guys are sort of traveling this way, it's kind of off here, maybe about 100 feet, and it looks like it's trying to ram you, basically.
Okay. Will that be port or starboard?
Starboard is right.
Starboard.
So port,
That's what I think.
right?
Yeah.
I'm.
So
If it's close enough, and I believe it might be, is it 90 feet? Within 90 feet?
yeah,
Okay, I'm gonna use my last first level slot, and I'm gonna throw a hunter's mark on it.
okay.
And then I'm gonna put a bolt in it. It doesn't have to be a fey or fiend, does it?
It does not.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna range find. I'm not using sharpshooter. I just want to see how tough it is. I'm just gonna put a bolt in it.
Okay.
I got a 19.
19 hits it.
Okay. All right, and I got 7 damage. Oh, sorry, I did call it. Plus my hunter's mark for 8 damage.
Okay.
So
So you've got your crossbow sort of your thwumps, sings as it as the bolt streaks across the ocean and hits it right where sort of the fin comes up out of the water. You can see blood pool just around it briefly as the blood's quickly washed away by the white caps of the ocean. Let's see. The high elves sort of go. Probably should roll initiative for them. They're going to go after Rin. They start sort of or begin to rush about, but you start seeing these sort of sinewy, sort of seaweed and old ship rigging type ropes start flying up over the side of the ship. It was sort of like rusted grappling hooks and things like that. And these bad boys start making their way over the side.
Oh yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, they just look like fish people. They've got fins and quills. They've got sort of like slimy, scaly skin, big, wide mouths with lots of sharp needle teeth. They're armed with spears and tridents and things. And they just kind of start... at the moment, there are 4 of them that have popped up over the side. But anybody close to the edge can see that the sea around you guys is teeming with them. It's kind of hard to tell how many there are.
okay.
Alrighty.
Right. So that's my turn. Like I said, 4 of them popped over the side. Fabian and Theron are running up above decks. Rin is technically still below decks, so it's not a suitable target. And the first 2 that pop over the side hurl their spears at some of the crewmen as well as John.
Okay.
John, what's your AC?
AC is 16.
16. Okay. So John is the only one that gets hit. The other javelins miss their mark.
Okay.
And John, you're going to take 3 damage from the javelin
Okay.
as it sails past you. Were you already hurt?
I had healed myself. I spent a bunch of hit die during the short rest.
Gotcha.
So I'm at 94. So I'm fine.
Okay. And then so like I said, Fabian, you're running up there in response to the flash of light that you
New
saw.
Beastmaster.
And as you do, you see these 4 fishmen sort of crawl their way over the top, hurling javelins at the crewmen. One of the javelins grazes John. That's what you see.
Okay. Jim Davis, we are 9th level now, right?
No.
Yeah, technically, yeah. You're going to say you're 9th level.
Oh.
Yeah, as you guys had ended it, he had a rest.
Oh, we did?
You still don't have any of your
Yeah.
your used spell slots yet.
Yeah.
Do I
in
get
terms
the
of
defense I get on ninth level?
not to you a long rest.
You suck.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you about that, Jim. Like, how did you want me to handle my character since you let me revamp it a little bit?
Well, I mean, like how many you kept track of how many spells you cast in the hag with the fight with the hags, right?
Yeah, yeah. I have 3 2 levels. I didn't use any of my second level slots. That's all I have left.
Okay.
But we're 9th level. Other than that.
Other than spell slot, yeah. Other than things that you would get back on a long rest, you're 9th level.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure on
So
that.
hit points, proficiency bonus, class abilities, you have access to those, but you guys haven't had a chance to refresh and recharge your spells yet.
Gotcha.
Awesome.
Boo. That ruins my plans.
Burns.
Boo learns. In that
What is
case,
Fabian doing?
Fabian is suddenly grumpy out of nowhere as for an unseen force that limits him in the things he's able to do.
So you're having a crisis of faith?
So a crisis of faith, one for which he will need to spend a long time drinking alone tonight.
For 8 hours.
As is his want. And he's just going to run up there and try to get near John in case John needs some help.
Okay. So
Probably
you're
will.
rushing to John's aid. I
Rushing
mean,
to
you can move and attack. I mean,
Okay.
though it's not that big.
In that case, I will do that.
Okay.
Right. Unless their AC is 12, I think I missed on the first one.
No, you AC 12 hits.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's like one rushing towards John. It's maybe about 10 feet away from him. It hurled its javelin at him. I'm assuming that's the one you're running up to and hitting.
Yes.
Gotcha.
And 12 damage on that first hit.
Okay.
And let's see, that's a 14 on one, so that's only 7 damage on that hit.
Only 7 damage on the second hit.
Yes.
All right. So the Fishman Sea Devil is still up, but it took a serious wound as you kind of knock the crap out of it with your warhammer and follow it up the backswing. It sort of like jumps back from you and brandishes wet, glistening claws and a great big toothy mouth. That was Fabian's turn. How about Rin?
Okay, so I guess I kind of come up below or from below decks to see all this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stab the nearest sea devil in his
Okay.
devilish face. So whip out the rapiers. And I rolled a 1.
Oh
Oh,
no.
So
Okay.
Same as last time.
same as last time.
good times.
Same as last time. Yeah.
Awesome.
I rolled a 1 and she did.
Let's see here.
So I'm pretty
Make
screwed.
me a dexterity save real quick. DC 11.
Use a different die.
Are you within 10 feet
Yeah.
of Fabian?
25.
Okay, you don't slip on the deck. It's very slippery up here. But you sort of left yourself open, and these guys might, the guy that you're fighting might find it's a little bit easier to hit you next time.
I'm
Oh.
gonna
Right swing.
Oh.
Do anything else?
Yeah, I'm gonna use my bonus action to disengage.
Okay, so I dart in and out.
Yeah, and use the rest of my move to back up.
No thanks. No thanks.
You cleaned your decks too well. My sister's a terrible captain.
Gotta leave some grit on there. Need some traction.
Yeah.
Yeah,
A little bit of
yeah.
sand.
Yeah. Too slippery.
So that was Ren's turn. Bonus action. The High Elves bust out into activity. 4 of them take up longbows and start shooting at targets in the water, including some of them taking a cue from John and trying to hit the one with the fin. And then as well, 2 others of them take up sabers and start to fight the sea devils that have come out. The rest of them are making sure that the ship stays its course. So 5 of them are tending to the ship, 6 of them are fighting, including Tekla. She's drawn a saber and is starting to swashbuckle. As it were.
always
the
copied
fin
me.
picks up speed, and there is a shudder as it slams against the side of the ship and sort of leaps up out of the water, and it's that damn shark
Oh,
from the hovel.
Oh.
Giant as it
Damn
is, primordial, and it sort of like slams and roars up out of the water. Everybody that's on deck, I need you to make me a strength save DC 10. John, you're within 10 feet of Fabian, and so you'll gain the bonus of his or of saving throw bonus.
does that add a flat bonus?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
5.
Okay. Oh,
I got a 19.
I got a 20.
Okay.
I got a 14.
18.
Okay, so you guys all keep your footing as the side of the ship visibly shudders as this thing, which is about as big as the ship, slams into the side of it. None of the sea devils in the water seem to care or be bothered by the fact that there's a giant shark in there.
Giant shark.
Yeah.
Okay. Bonus action, I'm going to convert one of my second level slots to sorcery points.
Okay.
So that gives me 3 again. And then I am going to cast... How many sea devils have made it on deck?
There's 4 sea devils on deck. One of them severely injured fighting Fabian. The other 3 don't look like they've been hurt.
Okay. Well then I'm going to cast a twin frostbite on 2 of the unhurt ones.
Okay.
So I need DC 17 con saves from each of those guys.
One of them passed, one of them failed.
Okay, so the one that failed takes 5 cold damage and has disadvantage on its next attack.
Okay.
Nice.
Nothing. It passes. No effect.
Yeah, if they pass, it's nothing. I mean,
Cantrip.
it's just cantrip.
Cantrip.
Not an evoker.
Not an evoker.
So that's good to take invoker.
Yep.
And guess I'm just gonna take to the air then.
Okay, so he flies up.
Yeah.
You're more
From
stable.
the air, you have a better vantage point of what looks like, what's going on around you. Theron can see what looks like 10 other sea devils in the ocean around him. 2 of them much bigger than the others around them, and actually 4-armed instead of the two arms that the others have. And the ones that have 4 arms are dragging a giant cable or rope or something that's actually harnessed to the shark.
They're gonna try to tow us.
That's what Theron sees. It's not John's turn.
I got a plan. Don't worry.
They're gonna tow us?
I need one more round.
Yeah, that shark needs to die. If there's some crazy way, again, I could animal friendship it. I don't think so. Having just shot it, it's probably hostile to me.
It's a beast.
Yeah, I mean, it is a beast. Yeah, so I'm going to use my bonus action to give myself the dash action. I'm going to just,
Okay.
so that I'm a lot more mobile, I'm going to move as close as I can to this thing.
Yeah, it's right up. It's like passing underneath the bow of the ship right now. So like you can see it's huge. So you can see it as it's passing right underneath it, and you're basically, it's like 10 feet from you, point blank, right there.
This is crazy. I'm going to pull out like a stick of beef jerky, which is the material component, and I'm going to attempt to animal friendship this thing. Is its intelligence below 4?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So it needs to make.
Animal friendship takes a round, or like it's an action? I thought it took like a minute.
Not anymore. It's just an action.
A long time since I've used animal friendship.
Yeah, it's a good spell. It's like if you want an animal companion, it's a good one to go for. And he's gonna try to call out to the rest of the crew in Elven, like I'm charming it. Don't shoot it. So give me a wisdom
Yeah, there's like
save.
4 of them over the side of the
Yeah. Well, if
railing trying
And it's
to
a
fire
beast?
at it.
it's a beast,
Okay.
so Jim, give me a wisdom save for it. It's probably not going to pass. DC is 14.
Alright. If it's taking damage, if it's actively in combat, let me read the spell.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'll make that save. Animal friendship.
I think it'll have advantage at least when it's safe.
I mean, yeah. If someone harms it when it's, if one of my companion harms it when it's charmed, then it ends. But
It has to be able to see and hear you,
okay.
which suggests to me you're gonna have to get in the water with it.
Jump overboard.
You would know that before you're casting the spell.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. No, that's not going to do. That's not going to do. So.
Okay.
Probably not a good idea.
All right, abort. I'm going to use my move action along with dash to get to higher ground if I can. Like if there's a raised section.
Yeah. There's like a forecast.
Yeah, away from the sea devils, and then I'm going to take another shot at the big thing. It's just too big. I just can't do it. So, yeah, sharpshooting this time, and with sharpshoot I got a 20.
That hits.
Okay. This should be a little bit better. Okay. We've got total of 22 damage.
22 damage?
Yeah.
I almost asked if you had Colossus Slayer, and I forgot there were hunters other than or rangers other than the hunter.
Yeah, and I don't have an animal companion, so I can't sick him on it, but that's okay. Poor Cherish.
Sorry.
Poor Cherish.
Yeah, so you basically fire 10 feet down at this thing, and it's, your crossbow bolt sticks up to the quills, or to the fletching in it.
Yeah.
And it's already got a couple of arrows sticking out of it as well.
Nice.
So you're not, but the thing is, like,
It's going to take a while.
it's big.
Yeah.
I don't know how many sharks you've seen. It's,
Drop the anchor on
Two
it.
more rounds.
Yeah.
That's John's turn. Sea Devil's turn. One that's fighting Fabian. Lashes out with its claws.
AC is 20.
It's 20. Misses both times. Its claws raking off your armor, leaving little slimy red marks in it. It tries to bite you, and it just gets the rim of your shield. That's it for that one. The one that Rin that you had disengaged from pursues you. These big webbed feet. Show you guys the picture again because I think it's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Big webbed feet comes after you.
Gross.
What's your AC?
18.
15.
18.
I managed to catch you with a claw and does 5 damage, slashing to you.
I'm gonna use my reaction and half that.
Okay.
Nice.
And then the other 2 sea devils are locked in combat with the high elves. Theron, from your vantage point, you can see that the 2 four-armed ones that are in the water have hooked something onto the side of the ship, and that the other sort of the 8 littler ones that are around them are just kind of swarming in the water. Looks like they've got spears or javelins out, waiting for someone to poke their head up the side of the railing before they strike.
Okay.
That's what you can see.
All right.
That's the end of my turn. It's Fabian's turn.
All right. How big is this ship?
This ship's pretty big. It's about 60 feet long at the longest point, and about 20 feet wide.
That's it.
Okay. So we don't get spells, but we get everything else this fort. That's not our fault. Okay. Okay. Can the shark see me?
No,
It's
No.
annoying.
no, it's turning away from you in the water. You'd have to get like
Gotta
in
get
front of it
the
in the water for it to be able to see you.
Darn it. I'm gonna wait to do that till
Okay.
later. Is it like towing us? Is that the idea?
It looks like it's about to start. Yeah.
It's about to start towing us. Okay. In that case, I'm going to get to sort of over this, where I can see over the side of the ship, so I can see all the other sea devils that are in the water, right?
Are you gonna? You've got one right up on you right now. What are you doing about it?
Oh, I'll kill it first. Can I? See, is Channel Divinity in action? It is, isn't it?
Usually it's a bonus action. You might want to.
Okay.
Actually, Jim, I looked that up because we were having this discussion last time. Because are you going to do your champion challenge?
Yeah, I'm thinking about doing that
Yeah,
for
'cause-
all of the sea devils.
Yeah, because remember, it doesn't say what it is. Well, I looked through all the other channel divinities, and almost all of them, except for one on the Vengeance, is a normal action. The Vow of Enmity is the only one that's a bonus action. So it's that's up to you what you want.
Turn the Tide says it says a bonus action as well. That's the other Channel Divinity thing for Oath of the Crown.
I just found it interesting that they don't tell you
Why didn't it say?
It's
on the
sloppy.
other one. Yeah.
It's sloppy. It's sloppy.
We literally had this conversation a year ago.
Yeah, we did. I mean, last ruling was it was verbal, so no action. If
No.
that matters.
Last ruling he said a bonus.
Oh, it was bonus.
Bonus action.
Okay. It was bonus.
But you've got one on your face right here.
Yep,
So
I do.
yeah.
I'll attempt to kill it. I hit it, and I hit it for 10.
10 damage.
Yes. Is it
Yeah.
dead, Jim?
It is dead.
It's dead, Jim.
It's dead, Jim.
Yeah, you hit the
paladin,
sea
not a
devil
doctor.
one last time, and it keels over backwards, bones fractured and bleeding out on deck. You got the rest of your move and another attack if you want it.
All right, I'm going to go over towards the side. Move to the side. I'm going to issue a champion's challenge to everything that can see me. So,
Okay, so you go over towards the side. There were several readied actions waiting to attack the first person that popped over the side.
that's fine. It's better me than other people.
You're so
One of them
selfless.
missed, but one of them hits.
Okay.
So it's going to be 5 piercing damage.
Oh, goodness.
My goodness.
My goodness.
And yeah, on this side, let's see, there's 10 of them total.
So, I'm issuing all of them a champion challenge. They need to make wisdom saving throw DC 17.
Okay.
And if they fail, they can't willingly move more than 30 feet away from me, which implies that I can move around and sort of pull them away from the work they were trying to do. Whatever it was that they were trying to do.
If you move, it negates it.
Yeah.
All it says is that if the creature is moved more than 30 feet away from me. That's the way it's phrased. Not that I move away from it, but if the creature itself is forcibly moved away from me.
This ability is really problematic. Like, every time you've used it, we've had to make multiple rulings about
Yeah.
how it actually works.
Shit, just let
Well,
me do whatever I want.
I just see it as
They have to stay, they can't willingly move outside of 30 feet of you. If you move outside of that feet, say because you're on a ship and it's moving faster than they are, but they caught up with you. You're not moving that fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this effect ends on the creature if you are incapacitated or die, or if the creature is moved more than 30 feet away.
Yeah, we had the same. Widow came into the hag, and she shifted to the ethereal, which is still within 30 feet of you.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so those 4 that are on that side of the ship are affected by your champion's challenge and will not willingly move within outside of 30 feet from you.
But does that mean I get to move around a little bit?
You can't drag them. It's not a magical effect. You can't, like, if you move, they're not gonna, like, rubber band with you.
That's the idea.
she wanted to do the opposite of John Oliver's character in Community with Chain and his
Yes.
and his
Exactly.
his magical whatever.
Exactly. No. Can't drag them with you.
Okay.
So that's the end of it. So, but they're not going anywhere. They're not going to say dip below the water and outside of your range or anything like that.
I'll go ahead and I have another attack. I'm going to go ahead and hit another one.
Okay. There's three more up on deck.
I AC to hit was like 10. So I think I missed.
12. Their AC's 12.
Yeah, I missed.
Okay.
I
Rin.
missed.
Rin's turn.
So, the one that just attacked me, is there anybody else within 5 feet of us?
No, there's just the two of you.
Excellent. So, I'm gonna try to stab him. Bitch. I got a 12 to hit.
12 hits.
Yeah,
Yay.
that's good.
My rolls are craps. But I get sneak attack damage.
Yeah.
10, 17, 27. 27 damage.
27. Okay.
This is...
So you dance around him and draw your rapier and skewer it right through some kind of vital organ he must have in his fishy body because he keels over dead after your strike.
Excellent. I'm just gonna scooch over to the next guy in line and use my bonus action to attack them.
Okay.
So I got an 18 to hit.
Yep. And that's he's in combat with one of the other high elves.
You only get your sneak.
You only get your sneak attack
Oh
once
yeah,
round.
just once.
Yeah.
So I got 8 damage
Okay.
for stabbing him in the back.
In the back. Stab in the back.
How much did I need to move?
Alright, so Ren has dispatched one and danced over to another and attacking it. Fabian is engaged with another sea devil after issuing a challenge to those in the water. And let's see. That's going to make it the High Elves' turn. Those of them that are on sort of the front of the ship continue to shoot at the shark. And the one that's engaged in combat with the sea devil that Ren's fighting continues sort of to attack it. That sea devil is up. And then Tekla manages to kill hers that she was fighting. That was the one that had been frostbitten the round before. Let's see, that's it for the High Elves. John, you're at the front of the ship, yes?
Mm-hmm.
You can see the shark disappear into the water, so it sinks down into the water greater than 10 feet.
Okay.
And you guys can feel the ship sort of shudder a bit as it's being pulled in one direction.
Okay.
That makes it Darren's turn.
Okay. I am going to use my bonus action to convert one of my other second level slots to sorcery points.
Okay.
And then I'm going to... Are there still ones in the front of the ship attaching cables, or is that already done?
That's already been done. It looks like some of them are treading water, looking to take pot shots at people that are by the side.
Okay.
And the two that are four-armed, you're not really sure what they're doing yet. They might be trying to climb over the side as well.
Well, okay, I'm just going to attack one of the... excuse me, one of the sea devils on the deck that looks hurt. Maybe the one that Ren's fighting.
Yeah, that's the only one that's on deck left.
Okay, well then concentration save, as I'm going to cast frostbite on it.
Alright, failed.
So it takes 9 damage and has disadvantage on its next attack.
Alright. Nice. Alright, so we're back to the top of the initiative. The fighting on deck is sort of dying down. There's only one sea devil left. It's surrounded by two high elves, one of them Ren, the other crew member has just been frostbitten. Fabian stands over the broken body of a second sea devil that's dead. And it looks like at least one of the sea devils has taken Fabian up on his challenge and is climbing the side of the ship to do battle with him. John, that makes it your turn.
So this thing has come below the water. It looks like it's starting to drag us, right?
It is heavily obscured.
Heavily obscured.
You can't see it. It's got total cover.
Okay. Okay.
But you know how big it is. You have an idea of about how fast it could travel. And you can see where the cable that's attached to the ship and that's attached to the shark is sort of stretched.
Okay.
So you have an idea of where it's at. You'd just be at disadvantage to hit it.
Well, I was thinking of attempting to detach the cable.
Okay.
It's below me, yes?
Yeah, it's near the water line, actually.
Okay.
They've got it hooked into the side of the ship.
I don't have any potion effects on me right now, so shouldn't have any mishaps. I'm going to swig my potion of climbing, which gives me a climb speed. And I'm going to sling my heavy crossbow onto my back. I assume he's kind of, he's on a strap. It's like a rifle, but with things. And I'm going to quickly climb down towards the hook.
Climb down towards where the cable's attached?
Yeah, where it's attached. I don't know if the potion of climb works. It doesn't explicitly say if you need like hands free or whatever, but having,
you need at least a hand free.
that's fine.
I would say.
So I'm just going to not spider climb, but I'm going to climb down there to where the hook is. I don't know. I mean, swinging the potion would be an action.
Mm-hmm.
So I think other than that, I am good. I don't have any other actions or anything. So I'm going to get down there.
Are you drawing another weapon? What do you intend to do when you get near this this big old hook that's lodged into the side of the ship?
I assume it's pretty secure if it can pull a ship.
Yeah, they've got it lodged into one of the portholes. Looks like they punched out one of them.
Gotcha.
And have it lodged into there, and it's pulled taut, so there's not a lot of slack on it that you could use to kind of pull the other way.
Is it a rope?
It is a mix. It looks like an old ship rigging that has had kelp or seaweed woven into it. I mean, it looks rotten. It doesn't seem like it should have the strength to remain stretched that way for long.
Okay, so with one hand on the ship, the only other thing I'm going to take out before I finish my action, I do have a hatchet. I'm going to see if I can't weaken the boat where this hook is attached. So that's what I'll be doing next round.
That should be the next round.
It's just hacking on that
John's,
thing till it
dealing
weakens.
with the cable that's attached to the ship. The lone sea devil that's left. With his disadvantage isn't hitting anybody. But one of the four-armed ones crawls up the side near where Fabian had made his appearance. And with a trident in one pair of arms and his claws in the other pair, makes an attack against the paladin.
All right.
AC's 20.
Mm-hmm.
All right, misses you with its big slavering fish mouth, but hits you with the trident.
Okay. How much?
It's going to be for 7 damage.
Okay.
Piercing. And then there's more javelins that come on the other side of the ship. So you were on sort of one side, and on the other side there's sort of javelins that are being exchanged with the elves that have longbows. One of those elves drops big javelin sticking out of its left shoulder. And that makes it Fabian's turn. You're fighting one of these big four-armed fish people.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep on fighting them, and I don't really think that they're worth the smite because they go down pretty quickly.
Okay.
And
You're not even
I
worth
don't
the
remember
smite.
what I had a year ago. No idea.
I kept track of it. You pretty much spent all of your spells on
I
smite.
thought I only had maybe 1 or 2 first level ones left. Yeah.
You maybe have like a first level slot left.
Maybe.
Yeah.
So that's 9 damage for the first one.
AC 16 for this big guy.
I got
Just
that.
nice. Alright, 9.
Yeah. And I missed on the second one.
Okay.
Yeah, how close are John and I?
You're about 20 feet away
You're
now.
really
He
good
ran up
friends.
to the front of the ship. You're still kind of at midships,
Okay.
fighting. Now, I mean, this thing is big. It's about twice the size of the other ones.
Okay, that's all right. Yeah, in that case, I'm doing what I'm doing.
Okay, continue to fight the sea devil. Rin.
There's still 2 over on my side.
There's one that you're fighting with another high elf crewman.
Okay.
And then a big four-armed sea devil that Fabian is fighting. That's within range of you.
Alright, I got a 16 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit this one.
Flank.
Ooh.
Oh.
Mm.
21. 26 damage.
What's that?
26.
Yeah, this one, that one, you skewer it through its gills.
And then I am going to, I guess, run across the deck to Fabian and just sort of slide into the other one and try to stab him with my bonus action.
Okay.
Got advantage.
Just appear out of nowhere like, hey, Fabian,
Hey,
stab. I got an 18 to hit
18 hits that one.
and
Ooh.
12 damage.
Nice.
12 damage.
Just like, let me lean around you, stab.
Stab!
You're sloshing your buckle.
So Fabian and Ren are fighting the four-armed sea devil, while Theron sort of circles ahead, provides range support, and John is trying to undo the cable that's been attached to the ship. So it's like attached on one side, the shark's going other. The ship is starting to list at this point. Let's see. The shark keeps going. I need everyone that's on deck to make me dexterity saves DC 11.
Rain, you get 5, but I know you don't need it.
Yeah, I don't. I got a 12. Rolled a 3.
Oh,
So it's 5. I got 17.
17. How about Fabian and John?
I got a 16.
Oh, just the,
Right, and John, you're on the side. You're actually pretty close to the water at this point.
yeah. I imagine I'm getting a pretty bird's eye view of all of this,
Yeah.
or the opposite of
One
bird's eye
the
view.
crewmen, including
Worm's
that
eye
one,
view?
Worm's eye view.
One of the crewmen who was uninjured, and then the one that fell, they start to slide down the deck towards the other. It looks like they're trying to pull your ship into the water.
Jerks.
Yes, yikes indeed. That was giant structure. Theron, it is your turn.
So, Jim, would you say this is a storm that we're in?
Oh yeah. The storm still rages. Yes.
Awesome. For my bonus action, I'm going to take my 5 sorcery points that I've been storing up and convert
Yep.
those into a 3rd level slot.
Sweet.
That's awesome. Then I'm going to cast Call Lightning.
So I guess this would be a good time to let our viewers know that I have decided since the last time that the playtest version of the Storm Sorcerer was better than the one they released in Storm Sword Coast. So you've got your bonus spells. You can, as a Storm Sorcerer, actually take advantage of a storm to do some damage.
Nice.
Maybe.
I like it.
Anyway.
I like it.
So I'm gonna do Call Lightning. Okay?
Call Lightning. Nice.
Now, I wanted to ask you, Jim, with
Yeah.
my Heart of the Storm ability, when I cast a spell with lightning, I can do up to 4 lightning damage to any number of creatures that are within 10 feet of me. Now, would I only get that on the first round that I cast Call Lightning because I'm casting it? Or would I get that on any subsequent round when I use my action to bring another bolt down? How would you...
I mean, it says you only do it when you cast a spell that deals lightning damage.
Yeah, I mean, I can look up the specific wording of it.
I mean, I don't know. You're still using your action to summon a lightning bolt, dealing lightning damage. I mean, I know that the wording on it's probably pretty weird, but I don't see any problem with. They've got to be within 10 feet of you, so you have to be sort of in kind of danger.
When you cast a
for them
When you
to
start
take that
casting a
damage. So what are you going to do? Are you swooping in to try to get some of them on the water?
Yeah, I was going to swoop down to the water's edge, or within 10 feet of them, and cast it on the biggest group I can find. I mean, it's within 5 feet. So if I can find a cluster of 4 of them.
You can find the closest one where there's a cluster like that. You can get 2.
Oh, that's it? Okay. Well, still, I'll swoop down within 10 feet of those 2 guys and bring a bolt down.
Yeah.
So I need a dex save from them, or they take 4d10 since I'm taking control of an already existing storm.
So you're attacking them with the bolt of lightning, and then also they take.
Well, they'll take some more electricity that just kind of arcs off of me naturally
Okay.
as
Oh, yeah,
the
you-
storm rages around me.
Yeah,
It's
you're
little-
like a Tesla coil.
Yeah.
Yeah. Swoop down, lightning, boom.
Nice.
That ain't bad. That ain't bad.
16, 24. 4. So they each take 28. If they failed, half on, save for half.
No, they both failed their saves.
Cool.
So they each take 28, and the water sort of electrifies around them, and they just sort of they fry and then float on top of the water like dead fishy things.
Smells good. Smells good.
Nice.
Fried.
Yeah. Fish tacos.
So that's the end of Theron's turn.
Yeah.
You're top of the initiative.
Okay. All right, Jim. I'm proficient in woodcarver's tools.
Uh-huh.
Okay, that doesn't make me superhumanly good at carving wood, but
Okay.
I might know where to hit and where not to hit if I'm trying to break part of the ship so that the
Yeah,
anchor will...
That's what you're saying. You're
Okay.
using your knowledge of all things
Yeah.
woodworking to try to.
He knows
Yeah.
wood.
Totally. I make wood.
Nobody's doubting your knowledge of wood.
Okay, I'm really good with wood. That's all I'm saying. So
You respect wood.
what
He respects wood.
what kind of action would I need to take to start carving this thing out?
Well, you can. You got a couple of things. You can either make an intelligence check to try to sort of figure out where the best place is. This is one of those things in D&D where the more complicated you try to get, probably the less effective it's going to be.
Yeah.
And the best thing is to just hack away at that thing with a
Yeah.
hatchet.
Okay. All right. I was just seeing if I could get some kind of bonus, but
I mean, you know where to strike it, but at the same time, the cable itself is maybe about as thick as a forearm.
yeah. Well, that's why I thought breaking part of the ship at this point seems easier. Like trying to dislodge the point of the hook would be easier than trying to cut the.
It's like hooked in through the porthole. It's like
Mm-hmm.
that.
Okay. Well, then I'm gonna strike so that the front of this part of the ship is gonna weaken, and we can fix the hole later.
Okay.
So that's what I'm trying to do. Ah.
Your tackle.
For my to hit, I've got 12.
It's 18.
Okay, then I hit. I'm only gonna do 5 damage with that.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I rolled the wrong die actually. Sorry.
No.
5 damage. So
damage.
same.
Always going to do 5.
I was gonna do 5 damage no matter what. 3 and 3 on a D10 and a D6.
So you hit it. You can see like the hook on it shift a little bit.
Okay.
As you strike it and sort of try to chip away at the hole that it has there.
Yeah.
Doing anything else with your turn?
No, I don't really have any bonus actions queued up, and there's no way I can increase the damage on this. I've been thinking about it, so I don't think so. I'm pretty much just hacking.
Gotcha. Maybe
Yeah.
this thing attacks you and then also turns. It's got 4 arms and sort of like lashes out both at you and Rin. I was trying to strike you with its trident, and then Rin with its claws. Oh, that, my friends.
Yeah.
So crits on Fabian.
Okay.
By the way, Fabian, you have 1 first level slot.
1.
1. It's gonna be 12 damage on Fabian.
Okay.
Yeah, I did a full rewatch last night, and
How many slots do I have? Just
you,
one?
you have 1 first level slot. And I was keeping track of the spells. So
Oh, thank you.
you even say at some point that was your last second level slot when you cast something.
I
Gotcha.
remember saying that.
Yeah. So
All right, did
Makes
Rin
that-
get hit?
I'm still working out Rin's damage, but 12. It's actually gonna be 23 damage on Fabian.
Okay.
How
I'm
crits work for a second.
using my reaction to invoke Divine Allegiance, which means I will stand in for my adjacent allies. Because I
Okay,
love
so
you,
you're gonna
Lottie.
take-
I love
Yeah, so
you.
Rin did get hit with a claw, but Fabian takes the blow instead,
Nice.
and it's going to be an extra 11 damage to Fabian.
And so chivalrous.
That's a good paladin right there. I'm digging it.
There you
Very
go.
chivalrous. Way to go. Way
I'm
to go,
always
Fabian.
polite and respectful. Can I get it?
I think that everybody at this point should have an inspiration point, but especially Fabian for that.
Our lot is to lay down our lives in the defense of others.
Look at
It
that.
certainly is.
Look at that.
You're here. You're here. That's the only other sea devil that's making any kind of attack. The elves have gotten out of, they've moved towards the center of the ship so that they're not in range of being attacked. But it looks like there's nobody near the edge of the ship, so you don't know what's going on in the water.
I do.
Theron, you can see on your side, you came down and you blasted those two that were there. The others dived down more than 10 feet below, so you can't really see where they're at. They're underneath the waves.
Okay.
That's going to make it Fabian's turn.
All right. Fabian has had enough of this dude. How hurt is he?
He's pretty hurt. I mean, he landed a couple of really good blows on him, and then Rin came up and stabbed him with one of her daggers. Like a rapier and a dagger?
Rapier and a rapier.
A brace of rapiers.
Yeah.
Sweet.
So I'm going to use
Like to be
my
symmetrical.
now confirmed last first level spell.
All right.
Because I want to put this sick fish man out of his fish misery.
This was really good to you, considering how much you hate ocean life.
I really do. I don't. That sounds. I hate ocean life. No, I'm afraid of it. I don't hate it. There's.
I don't know. You tell some
There's
people
oil
that.
in the ocean and just chemicals. She hates it so
All
much.
those oil spells totally my bad. Sorry.
Yeah.
Um,
Bad.
My bad. So I'm going to try to kill it and make it
Okay.
kill.
Should throw some
All
cooking
right.
oil. Cooking
I
oil
definitely
over
hit it because I rolled a 16.
Yes.
So
Seriously hungry for fish.
that's 20, 20, 20, 21. 21.
21 damage.
Yes.
21 damage. That's a pretty good hit.
Not too bad.
A flash of radiant light as you bring your hammer down on it, it sort of staggers backwards, and Rin is up next with the follow-up.
Well, I have another hit I can hit,
Oh.
Oh, that's right, you do. Absolutely.
but I missed on that one.
Oh.
You got
I'm
cocky.
gonna step up and be like, just die already.
Just die already.
Just die already. I got a 14 to hit.
Good advantage.
Oh yeah.
16 hits. 16 is its AC.
I got a 17.
Yep,
Nice.
with advantage.
Ah, I love the sound of so many dice.
I know. There's nothing like a good sneak attack.
15,
there's really not.
27.
Yeah.
27 damage.
Nice.
And is he still standing there?
Yes, he's still standing. I mean, between Fabian's smite and your sneak attack, he's taken two really good hits. He's sort of staggered backwards, using one arm to brace himself against the side.
We got a.
So just like as an afterthought, I'm
bang,
just
bang.
gonna slash him again with my bonus action. I rolled a 20.
Nice.
Man, wish you could have had that. Almost wish you missed that first attack.
Yeah, get the sneak on it.
That's right.
Still, that's great.
11, 18 damage.
18 damage.
Get some sneak on it.
Yeah, your follow-up attack pierces right through him, and your rapier point comes out the other side of his neck.
Fish
And
kebab.
he slumps over, and sort of like the deck of the ship is at maybe about a 45-degree angle. He like goes tumbling into the water.
Nice.
After sliding off the end of your rapier blade. There are currently no enemies visible. They've all darted beneath the water so that you can't target them with your spells or crossbows or things like that. But there is still the cable attached to the side of the ship. Until an enemy pops up, we'll stick with initiative order. So the high elves would go, they're sort of scanning the surface of the water with their bows. The shark continues to pull at the ship. I need everyone on deck to make me a DC 12 dexterity save.
Fabian failed.
Fabian
14.
failed. Fabian has fallen prone and is sliding towards the edge of the ship.
Okay.
Oh,
Butterfingers.
Just gonna do how everybody else do. John's on the side, you're not doing it. Darren's flying around, I'm guessing that
Mm.
Ray
I got it.
best.
14.
14. Okay. Darren, it's your turn.
Okay, so there's no enemies.
There's no enemies.
Are you actually-
You're on the side of the ship that's being pulled up out of the water.
Yeah.
Um,
You said that there's 2 cables hooked up to the ship?
it looks like there's one, and then it kind of like splits into 2.
Oh, it's just
The
one.
2 of them are holding.
Okay. And you're right next to that, huh?
I am right next to that. I mean, I've got a good deck save. A good deck save if you want to blast it. If you call out, I will get
Okay.
out of the way.
Well, that's the thing with well, if I hold my action till you move,
Yeah.
right? He can do that, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna call out to John
he
like,
goes next.
yeah, John, back off, get 5 feet away from that. I'm gonna blast it.
Okay. Is that your action?
So yeah, I'm gonna move up in the air and get a good angle on it and be away from
Okay.
the so nothing can fly out of the water and eat me.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so I'm gonna try to blast the hook with a bolt of
Okay.
lightning.
Okay.
Or
Yeah.
hold my action and do that once John moves away.
Sure. Boom,
Once
boom,
John moves
boom.
away. Okay. So you're sort of swooping around, yelling at John to get out of the way. John.
I've seen what he can do. I'm moving. I'm going
Okay.
to.
Give it a hack first.
Yeah. I'll give one final, and then I will pull myself back over the side. 30 feet. I can get back on deck, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
Then yeah, I'll pull myself back on deck, and I'm gonna like realign real quick. I don't see any enemies or anything, do I?
No, you don't
Okay.
see any enemies around you.
All right, Theron. Yeah, your action, I think.
So I don't know how we want to roll this since it's not a to hit. If the ship needs to make a deck save.
I mean, you can pretty well put it wherever, put the lightning bolt wherever you want it, and there's, the ship can't make a deck save. It's an inanimate object, it takes damage.
And I only treat ones as 2s. Yeah. So that's going to be 20 damage.
Okay. Let's see, and John, you'd already done 5 damage to it.
Well, actually, I used my final action to hit it. So let me
That's right.
let me roll damage for that real quick. Jeez. Okay, yeah, I'm rolling real low on this. I'm not a strength-based character. I got three additional damage on it.
Okay. So you hit the area that John had weakened, and there's a loud snap as the rope breaks when the lightning bolt hits it, and the ship sort of like rocks back and forth, sending poor Fabian sliding across the deck, but not in the water with the giant shark.
Well, technically it might
And even though the
catapult
storm
him
still
up.
rages, you guys wait a second or two, and you don't see any more of the sea devils. They don't make
Okay.
an extra appearance of the waves.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to continue flying up because that call lightning lasts for 10 minutes. So, that's all. I'm going to be on watch for the next 9.5 minutes.
Yes, you guys find yourselves on the Elven vessel. Tekla is thankful for Theron's presence, that the rain and the wind aren't too debilitating on the ship. Otherwise, it might have capsized when the fish people attacked. And right now, I believe John has sort of convinced her that instead of heading towards her home, where the High Elves live, that she's sort of turned and is heading towards the mainland, or at the very least heading north towards where the human villagers live, in an effort to get you guys back on the mainland as quickly as possible, so that you can start, I believe, rounding up the remaining children/changelings and putting a stop to Razelsin's plans, whatever they may be. So right now, you can see outside of the radius of Theron's control, the rain lashing the ocean, There's big waves that are everywhere. The wind is blowing favorably in your direction, even though it's still the elves are having to work as hard as they can to make sure the sails don't snap off and sort of leave you stranded out here in the middle of the ocean. And then sort of during the break, you guys had also sort of gotten your heads together, and both John and Theron and Fabian had sort of discussed the significance of the green lightning, and y'all determined that it represents extraplanar travel. That extraplanar travel causes severe weather disruptions, and coupled with the storm that's coming in, more than likely means that there is an extraplanar incursion going on the mainland. So that's sort of where we find ourselves. Immediately, sort of if you're turning north, Kora is sort of Kora's island is sort of the first island that you'll come to. Following that, there's a rather large island that has several whaling villages scattered around it. That was also the location
Of Zora?
Zora's family. Yeah.
Well, if Kora's a friend, it might be best to take refuge there to rest. And then we're right next to Zora's house, or, village.
Yeah.
If that's where we want to head to first.
Well, how far is her island from?
Kora, Zora.
Mm-hmm.
Literally like that far apart.
Yeah. That's
It would
not too
take you
bad.
less than an hour to get from one to the other.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
Kora, they're friendly.
Yeah. Kora was a bit of a wild card in that she didn't want direct involvement in the conflict. That's the only thing I'm worried about. Is we get to the island and maybe she's already fled.
Well, if she's already fled, she's already fled.
Yeah.
But involvement is here.
And we just stay in our house.
Yeah.
That's true. We just
She's already
crashed.
let you stay in her house. If that was her worry about that involvement, then
And
she's already let you. You guys spent last night there.
yeah.
That's true.
And
yeah.
and again, if Razelson is bringing friends, then everybody's involved now,
Okay. Yeah.
in my mind.
Yeah.
So I say we head there.
Everybody's up in each other's Kool-Aid now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And once we get there and rest, then Lucan can send for allies.
Mm-hmm.
Send off to the Wood Elves. Do we want to send to see if the goblins want any piece of this? I mean,
Possibly. I'm afraid that she would either go to them for help or they would just try to stay out of it. But couldn't hurt.
never hurts to ask.
Nope.
Nana Jenny probably doesn't want her around.
Yeah.
She might commit some forces. That way they save face in the region.
Yeah.
This might be a chance to, because they seem like they don't want to be a nuisance.
Yeah.
So if they help, I don't know. Just saying, just trying to get allies here.
Yeah. At the very least, they could protect their borders from anything coming in from that direction. Or anything that happens to wander over there looking for a safe place.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
let's head to the island.
Plan then is to get to Chorus, seek refuge there for the evening, and then try to find a way to get a message to both the Wood Elves and potentially the Goblins to see if they'll help you out in fighting Razelsin.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Jim, I have a quick question.
I'm listening.
Well, actually, not a question. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use my primeval awareness to, as we approach the island, to see if there's any fiends on the island.
As you approach Cora's Island.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you don't detect any fiendish presence, and that's what's the radius on the primeval awareness again for the
5.
new the UA Ranger?
Yeah. The new radius is 5 miles.
5 miles. 5
Oh,
miles.
yeah.
Yeah, you don't detect the presence of any fiends within 5 miles of you as you
Okay.
approach the island.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
Although, as we discussed, it might be a little bit before she herself returns. Anyway.
Yeah, it could. Yeah, you're John's pretty confident that you guys have at least a day's window, maybe a little more, maybe a little less, until she's able to make it back.
Mm-hmm.
And so she might be sending allies on ahead of her, or anything. But in terms of where she is, you're pretty confident that you have about a day's window before she makes it back to the material plane and can start causing trouble again.
Okay.
So it takes about a little over an hour to get from where y'all were to Kora's Island. And you can see it. It's just sort of a rocky outcropping of an island with little bits of trees, sort of stands of trees that dot the island, and a single sort of stone tower that. Just a second, I'm trying to get my screen share over here. A single sort of stone tower that she otherwise sort of sleeps in, keeps you guys in. Give me just a second. I'm trying to find. I've lost the share screen button. Otherwise, I'll share my screen with you. There we go. So this is basically what Kora's Island looks like.
Wow. Just a lump of rock.
Yeah, not much in the way of protection from the storm.
Yeah, there's sort of this single stone tower with sort of a low wall that surrounds a courtyard that she lives in. The tower itself is pretty tall, has an observatory, and looks more like a lighthouse really than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
But she is. There's a beacon on. You can see it, and you can see in a window, and a little dock that she uses. That she has her own boat sort of lashed to ride out the storm. And you guys are able to. Tekla has the elven ship pull up alongside the dock, and you'll disembark. It's nearing the evening. I'd say it's probably about 6 o'clock. If the sun were out and not covered by the clouds and the rain, you would see the sun setting. But you managed to make it onto the dock of Kora's Island without incident.
All right.
All right.
Batten down the hatches and whatnot.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys, you get off the boat and then do anything else? Head straight to her house?
Well, I was going to stay on the boat until they finished battening down the hatches and everything, just so I could help them, keep everything calm with my abilities. And so
yeah, they're actually Tekla and the rest of the elven crew are pretty much just gonna request that they stay with Kora that night as well. Maybe not in her house, but just somewhere.
Oh, of course.
Safe and ride out the storm.
Of course.
They don't want to try to make it back without your help.
Oh no, that would be suicide.
Yeah. So Tekla and the rest of the crew sort of follow behind you a bit as you make your way towards Kora's tower.
Okay. I'll lead the way since she has my heart.
I don't know about that, but
She has my heart. Okay.
oh, got you.
Gotcha. Yes.
Yeah.
She hasn't reciprocated,
Not yet.
but there's time.
Sure.
So yeah, we'll make our way up to the tower and give a rap on the door, and hopefully she's still there.
Yeah, you hear her rummaging around inside, and the door sort of opens of its own accord, and her place is like you remember it from the previous evening. It's warm and cozy.
Oh.
And she's got a roaring fire going. The shutters on all her windows are closed up.
Yeah.
But she lets you in and sort of welcomes you with just this kind of look of "didn't go well, did it?"
Well,
on her face.
and I'll look a little more haggard than I actually feel to try to garner a little sympathy.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I'd be like, well, we drove the bitch off, but she did escape, and I fear that things are about to get much, much worse.
She sort of tut-tuts, just such a shame. Well, I suppose you'll be wanting to ride out the storm here this evening, yes?
Please.
Yes, please, if we could.
That's perfectly fine. Although you detect maybe a hint of worry or anxiety in her voice.
Mm-hmm.
And anyone with insight can make me a quick check.
I will give her a curious look,
I won't do anything.
Okay.
and I got a 14.
I got
I'll
a
just put my
21.
stuff down. Go hang out by the
21.
fire.
Yeah, Fabian can definitely. I think Theron can get advantage on that roll because you know her so well. But Fabian can tell that she's both hiding something and also a little nervous. Like she doesn't want to turn you away. She considers you her friends and doesn't want to just say no. You can't stay here. But she's clearly pretty anxious about it. She ushers you guys in the door pretty quickly, shuts and bars it. She has the elves stay in sort of one of her outbuildings that are inside the wall of her tower. So they're not actually inside the tower itself, just sort of inside the compound.
Yeah.
But you see her sort of checking all the windows, making sure they're latched and barred, and just sort of busying herself in a nervous manner, it seems.
Okay, I didn't get any better on my advantage roll.
Okay, I mean, you kind of pick up something similar. You can tell that something's agitating her.
Mm-hmm. Well, I might just be like, is there anything I can help you with? Checking the windows. Is everything okay?
Don't
She
smother
kind
her.
of
Women hate that.
she kind of looks around and
Can't help it.
she's like, no, the tower will stand. I'm concerned about the storm. It's not natural, I don't think.
Oh, no.
I certainly didn't summon it, but it has the appearance of having been called into being.
Oh yes, we surmise the same. We think she's brought over fiends.
And that concerns me. I don't know what business you had on the ancient isle, or what business you had with Razel's sin. I know that she's caused some trouble around here lately, and that's perhaps, I mean, you guys had told her, I guess, what was going on, and I obviously tried to recruit her help the last night that you were here, but she seems to have been just kind of like, nope, don't want a part of it, and even almost refused to listen to what was going on. She didn't want to know.
Right.
That even knowing it would be a liability. And so here she is the next night, visibly agitated. She's like, I'm not sure what exactly was going on. I know there's some nastiness in the villages about some murders. I'm assuming that's what this is about.
Well,
I just hope that it hasn't followed you here, is all.
well, we hope the same. But I mean, Razel Sin's her tyranny is pretty much extended to this entire area, so everybody's at risk now. It started with human children. She's trying to create a coven. Can't just turn a blind eye to that, my dear.
She sort of like pours everyone a cup of hot tea and bids you all to sit down on some nice comfy chairs. She kind of gives a resigned sigh.
She
and
is
says,
Razel Sin.
Yes, Theron, you're right. But it's not that simple. You see, the villagers here used to worship her as a goddess, her and her two sisters. And she pulls out a wooden carving that she shows you.
Have I heard about this?
I bet Kora and Nana Jenny were sisters.
She pulls out this. This is I found this. You guys see the?
Oh yeah.
three
That's
witches.
awesome.
I found this some time ago, and in my investigation of the islands and studying their weather phenomenon, and I don't know what sort of power Razelsin has, whether it's been weakened since the arrival of the Imperials, or whether it's simply lying dormant and ready to come back. I would rather not get involved in any dispute with a local goddess and her whatever plots she might have. I hope you understand that.
Yeah.
Well, I guess.
Yeah, so that's kind of that's sort of where she kind of like pulls that thing out, sort of like just to give you an idea of what you're up against. Sorry I didn't mention this last night. It was quite rushed, I suppose. But yes, the Razelsin and her two sisters used to be worshipped here as goddesses and local spirits.
Did I grow up knowing any of this?
So, John, I'm not sure. It's been a while since we talked about your character's background. You're sort of from the area, yeah.
Yes.
You
Born and raised.
know that your family, your grandparents, that for the most part, their religion was nature worship. That they worshipped the spirits of the forest and the ocean. That they made sacrifice to them. They paid homage to them. And in return, the servants of those spirits, the local fae, viewed them favorably. Their hunts were bountiful, their fishing expeditions were plentiful, they weren't racked by plague or storm or anything like that. There were always sort of some sinister edges to the stories your grandmother told you.
Oh, sure.
But for as long as you've been here, the cult of Sol Invictus, the Imperial cult, has been dominant. Most people still sort of pay homage to the local nature spirits. There's a lot of festivals and sort of religious rites that take place around them, but no one really makes sacrifices or offerings to the nature spirits anymore.
It's a shame.
Those of you who can make a DC 12 history check can kind of get some, be able to fill in some of the gaps about sort of the history of the area.
Can I make a religion check?
Religion check would be fine too.
I got a 13 history, so.
Yeah, this area overall is known as the Shores of Dis, D-I-S, and has, for the most part, until the Imperials arrived, was the home of Orcish tribes, humans that sort of intermingled with the Orcish tribes, and was a favorite kind of stomping ground for Imperial generals when they just wanted to take the army out for a spin. But about somewhere between 50 to 60 years ago, they set up camp permanently. And the people who were on sort of in the Imperial-controlled portion, which would have been John's grandparents, they just kind of learned to live with it. They didn't really, they didn't put up much of a fight. The Imperials, for their part, govern very lightly. It's just a local governor and a garrison that come in. They don't really extract a lot in terms of taxes or manpower. And for the most part, the Imperials are just here because they wanted a foothold for other invasions further north. What did Fabian get for his religion check?
I got a 16.
Okay, so the cult of Sol Invictus is the official imperial religion. It's patronized by the imperial family, but it is not an exclusive religion. And for the most part, people that are devotees of Sol Invictus they're not asked to sort of abandon any previous beliefs. It usually gets along rather well with nature type religions. The domains, for just sort of in a metagame sense, the domains of Sol Invictus are knowledge, light, healing, and war. So there is still there's a militant aspect to it, but it's not like they come in and ban the worship of previous religions. What they will do is say, yeah, you can't worship fiends anymore. If they find they do root out demon cults and things like that.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Yeah. So, John, you've been told all your life about all these little stories and things by your grandparents about woodland creatures and the good ladies of the woods and things like that. Fabian, you would know, that a lot of these little provincial towns and territories, they've all got a local god or spirit or something that claims ownership over them. Most of it's total BS. And it's usually either some monster that has convinced the locals it's a god, or it's just a superstition. And so a lot of people, don't take them very seriously.
Okay.
Is it possible that, like, I don't know, like that she could have been something else and then sort of got perverted by the lack of worship?
I mean, that's possible. Yeah, she could have been a more.
Could we deliver her from her current state without murdering her? Oh.
Without murdering Razzle Sin?
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, that's a tall order. I suppose it's technically possible, but it would.
I say once you're a hag, you're always a hag.
Her nature now. So
now I want Fabian to perform a freaking exorcism.
So, you guys are all just sort of passing around stories. John's passing around stories of his grandmother. Cora has showed you that wood carving and sort of what she knows. She knows that the other two sisters, who go by the names Callus Doom and Morag Fear. I can spell those if you like, but phonetically is fine as well if it helps you out. Were the three daughters of an entity known as that she's only knows as the Crow, and it was widespread worship in this area that really didn't die out until the Imperials set up a permanent shop here. So that's sort of where the source of her apprehension is coming from. She's like, Cora's very firm. She's like, I don't get involved in conflicts with deities. Or powers, or any creature that can travel the plains at will. It's just like pouring you a cup of tea and handing it to you. Here's a little biscuit that she made. Just going.
I would tell her I don't blame her, and yet, if we don't support the communities that we call home, then they're gone. Which.
Yeah, she's sort of like, that's really.
That's a shame.
That's a real tragedy. Yeah. But she was very clear with you last night. If it comes to that, she will just move.
Yeah.
She can do that. So unless there's anything else you want to ask of her, anything that you need clarification on, we can kind of, you guys just spend the evening in quiet conversation with her. You're safe here in her tower. There's no one that's going to be able to get you here, and we can go ahead and you guys can spend the night here.
Okay. Say those magic words, Jim. Long rest.
Yeah. Does anyone else need to do anything or have any questions? Anything that like clarified before we hit the fast forward?
Yep.
No.
Okay.
Although I'm gonna tell Theron in private, she's got a cowardly heart, and you can do better.
Here, Audie.
Oh, I just think you can do better. She's kind of a coward. Just saying.
She's just scared. She needs the strength of a good man. No, she said she took me aside.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna say that
About her
to her
community,
face.
Theron. She'd be mean to a waiter, you just know.
Yeah.
And she probably would only tip 8%. I get that.
Yeah.
But
It'd be real
maybe
bad.
she just needs a good, strong man's love in order to bring her out of that.
The White Knight syndrome.
Or
Fabian
maybe
throws
you're
up.
just obsessed with somebody that is never gonna, give you the time of day, so you don't have to spend effort on a nice lady that actually has some balls.
Find yourself a nice woman and settle down.
Well, I don't know what I would.
Attention is better served elsewhere with someone who will reciprocate.
Just very
So you
concerned.
guys are, she's got a couple of guest rooms that she can make up some beds in there for you, and she's got a little elemental spirit that sort of runs around. You don't really see it, but you can sort of feel its effects. that sort of like keeps the place tidy and serves dinner and opens the door and that kind of like a little invisible butler.
Yeah.
And otherwise, you guys get some rest.
Yay!
While the storm rages and roars outside, you guys are nice and warm and dry in your tower.
It's like a lullaby to my ears.
And during the night, John,
Yes.
you have a very vivid dream of running through some primordial forests. Towering trees and sort of these lush, verdant undergrowth. When you realize that you're running with a pack, a pack of wolves, there's a towering figure there, shadowy, vaguely humanoid in shape, with a large spear and what looks like a crown of antlers coming out of his head.
Awesome.
And you can just sort of detect feel his presence there. During the dream, you're running, and you come upon a moonlit glade, and the pack stops, and you find yourself in a circle of wolves with this towering figure who steps out of the shadows of the trees, and you see him. He's got a sort of ruddy reddish beard. He's sort of shirtless, strides towards you. A great big wolf's pelt sort of hangs across his shoulder, its jaw kind of framing the left shoulder there. And he kind of pulls his cloak back, and out of it steps
It's the ghost of Christmas present.
this guy.
Oh, Amaterasu?
Yeah, it's a white, sort of a white dog, sort of white hound with these eldritch markings on it.
Ooh.
And he is sort of in your mind. You know that that the dog's name is Bacchus.
Bacchus?
Yes.
B-A-C-H?
Bacchus.
All right.
Party dog.
Party dog. Woo!
And
Suppose Mackenzie just
so
showed
you
up.
are, you find yourself in your dream talking to the towering figure who bears a striking resemblance to stories your grandmother told you about the Lord of the Hunt. And he basically says that
The Earl King?
now is not our season, and so we cannot help you in a more direct manner. However, we do not wish to see the crone come to power. May Bacchus guide you and protect you.
Nice. Okay.
Should we have a bacchanal?
And when you wake up, he's just laying, he's sort of right beside your bed. The dog is curled up and sort of lifts his head and looks at you with a very intelligent gaze as you wake up in the morning.
Excellent.
So for our viewers, this is a blink dog that John has access to. Doing something different with the Ranger. I want to see if something a bit more powerful than the standard options for Beastmaster will how that'll play out. And it's pretty cool to have a blink dog as an agent of the good aligned Fae.
Absolutely. I'll tell him he's a good boy in Sylvan.
He's like,
His head disappears.
so give us you already created this blink dog. Tell us a bit about him. What can it do? What sort of special abilities does it bring to the table?
I rolled the personality traits for it.
Okay.
I used a full character since it's intelligence, so he's driven by a wanderlust. However, his honor is his bond, and his masters, including the Lord of the Hunt and now John, are his responsibility, and he's slow to trust outsiders.
Cool.
And he can teleport immediately. He can make an attack immediately before teleporting, 40 feet. He has advantage on all saves and a bunch of other things from my Ranger class.
What are his skills that you gave him?
He's proficient in athletics, he can run for a really long time, part of the hunt.
Okay.
Perception, stealth, and survival. He's great with tracking.
Okay. Okay, so he's just like a dog's dog. Doesn't do it. He's not like proficient in religion or anything like that.
Yeah, I considered it, but at the same time, I wanted to focus on what he could do best.
What he can do best. Okay.
Yeah.
So John has a companion who's perhaps a bit more robust and a bit more, able to survive the trials ahead. And otherwise, you guys are just like, oh, there's a new dog in the.
You got a doggy!
I did. Bacchus greets you with a sniff.
Bacchus. Everyone else,
Just gonna hug him and roll
you
around on
wake
the floor.
refreshed. It's nice to have a warm bed to sleep in and a cozy fire to sleep next to while the storm rages outside. It's cold, colder than it normally is this time of year. And you wake up and it's still raining, but the storm has calmed itself somewhat. So instead of sort of these torrential rains and howling winds, it's more just a steady downpour that you find yourself having to deal with.
Well, that's doable.
Okay.
So yeah, there's a quick breakfast being made for you, and otherwise the elves left earlier this morning, so they aren't there whenever you all wake up. Unless there's anything you guys want to do, you're free to eat breakfast and then head out on your mission.
Oh, the high elves didn't want to help us? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Okay.
It's probably for the best.
Really quick for our viewers, do we want to talk about the gear that we looted last time and what that was and who got it? Do we care?
Yeah, let's give a rundown on what everybody got.
I forgot to add that to my character.
What Rin was able to gather in her dive to the stone hut on the bottom of the ocean floor.
Okay. So there was a wand, which was a wand of the war mage, which I got, and there was also a coil of rope, which was a rope of climbing,
Yes. Which is mine.
which Ren got, and you also got the eyeball in the jar, right?
Yeah, I don't know what it does, but it looks at me, and I think that's awesome. But
Yeah, it's definitely animate.
I'm gonna
And
keep it like in
occasionally
a.
just kind of like moves around, and if you put it up to your face, it stares at you.
That's kind of weird.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
keep it like in a black cloth most of the time because I don't like
Okay.
the idea of it just looking at me.
Okay.
So
fair.
we also had a magic ring, which I believe was a ring of protection +1.
Which John got.
John got. There was a pearl of power on a chain,
Fabian got
which
that.
Fabian got that. There was a scroll with 2 spells on it, which were actually no, there were 3 spells on it, which I got because I'm the caster. And then there were 4 potions, which I believe there were 2 healing,
I got one.
Yes.
and then I got a potion of mind reading, and then the 4th potion,
I got a potion of flying, I believe.
potion of flying.
Hopefully I'll have better luck with my potions this time.
So yeah, that's what everybody got.
Right, so that's what you're able to loot from Razelsin's abode during that first session we played. So everybody's got some new gear, new potions in the mix to see help you guys out. The plan now then is to travel to the nearest village where there was a potential child, or sorry, you guys are starting calling them changelings.
Yeah, no, I'm calling them changelings. They aren't children.
Changelings. Or there's a potential changeling that you wanted to find.
Yeah, Miss September.
Okay, Kora was her name.
In our effed up changeling murder calendar.
Yeah, so we're going forward with changeling murder, right? That's what we're doing.
Changeling murder is a go.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
All right, so
John's
this
a little
was sort of
nervous.
discussed in our in the chat thread that we have, and it was decided that you guys were going to skip the pleasantries and go straight towards offing these changelings to deny Razelsin her plans, and hopefully that you kill enough of them that she's no longer able to do whatever it is she was going to do with these 12 hags that she was creating.
Well, I mean, we've already killed 2, so
We've already killed 2.
We only got 10 to go.
So the real hiccup here is the fact that most of these villagers know something's going on. They know that the families in January and February were killed. That information is sort of out there. Can't put that cat back in the bag. But they're not really sure exactly what's going on. The panic is starting to come back. Obviously, remember when you visited Cassius a couple of days ago, there's a huge crowd of villagers out there like, hey, what's going on? Are we safe? But it's not like, you just roll up into a village and start killing 13-year-old girls, that they're going to take that as the way you hopefully intended.
Well,
so we'll see how that plays out.
they're not 13-year-old girls necessarily, right?
It still looks that way, though.
It still looks that way. I mean, we are in a precarious position where if we do what's
It's all
right,
about the optics.
it will be perceived as wrong.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we have a no-win scenario on our hands, which is why I think we make it look like an accident the first time.
You can
I think that's not a bad idea.
we can blame it on the Fae gods because they're coming back, guys. I had a dream. Seriously, they're coming back.
I was thinking we could do that. We could also, Fabian has access to a zone of truth if we ever need to, sort of give some credible information about what we know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's still the only problem with that is that's still a resource from us, so it will be put into suspect, or it will be cast in a suspect light. So you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So unless we do a zone of truth with the parents in the room, and get them to say something that they would never say otherwise, and then us tell them the truth, I don't even think they'd still believe us. You see what I mean?
they might
Yeah,
not.
probably not.
Now, if we get them out and say, hey, we want to go over here to keep them safe, and then while we're on the boat, maybe some lightning strikes, I don't know,
I think that would be best. I
and then it's an accident.
think that would be easier.
My-
The thing
my-
is,
my-
the storm source, the well-known storm source, where someone was killed by lightning in his vicinity.
Yeah, that's true.
Not every
So you guys will have to just figure this out. So I've got the map up here. Hopefully you guys can kind of see it.
Yeah, we also have it on our phones here, Jim.
Awesome.
So
just giving it, I guess, maybe more for Travis's benefit so that he can see what we're dealing with. And I'll send this, Travis, I'll send this to you in the images that I used for this, shoot. So the difference between where Kora's tower is, the island, and the nearest village there at number 9 is less than an hour on Theron's folding boat.
Which, yeah, we'll go down the shore and I'll say the word and expand it and we'll get loaded up.
Okay.
And I hope that, we can resupply at Kora's, right?
Yes, yeah, you can pack up on.
Yeah, we'll resupply on.
I was already putting stuff in bags. You don't mind, right?
Well, and also it doesn't. That's the great thing with having a ranger in the party is we don't even really have to do that because it says that you can find food for up to 6 people.
Absolutely.
So we don't even have to worry about rations and water.
Yeah, particularly with Bacchus.
So.
Yeah.
He's probably a great rabbit hunter.
So you get out, and it's like I said, it's raining. The downpour is pretty steady, and nice muddy path down to the dock, where you unfurl your boat and head out. Let's see.
And as always.
Anything you guys are doing on that hour trip between Kora's and the nearest village?
Nothing in particular, but as always, I'll be keeping the rain off of us and all that.
Okay.
That's just going to be default unless we're in combat.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Cool.
Maybe,
Fabian's going to be eating himself up with guilt about this whole thing.
You're not going to get drunk already, are you?
He might be, but no one will know because Fabian only drinks alone.
I thought you were going to say he's an alcoholic.
How much drinking did Fabian do last night? As he was contemplating his course of action.
It's a private question.
We don't get to know. He's drunk right now.
Only Fabian knows, and sometimes it's really bad that he doesn't even know either.
Well,
we don't even know he has a problem.
Yeah.
All right.
he smells like an
Fabian,
empty keg
he's just got
this
the weight
morning.
of the world on his shoulders.
I'm gonna be
The trip there
playing
is
with my
not
jar
is
eye.
uneventful.
Yeah.
You're not accosted by fish folk or mega sharks or anything like that.
That's a shame.
So as you sort of pull up to the village, this is sort of what you're dealing with here. It looks utterly abandoned. You don't see anyone out, doing anything. Even though it's raining, you'd expect to see at least someone.
Yeah.
And you also don't see any livestock or anything like that in any of the pens or anything around the village. So as you pull up here, the village looks absolutely empty.
So Jim, I'm trying to eliminate this as an option. Do I know any tells if the Imperials, for instance, might have evacuated the village? Like, would they have left a flag or something?
Like, how do you mean? What do you mean? Like, if someone had come in and forced these villagers out?
Absolutely, yeah.
You would expect to see footprints. You'd expect to see the distinct footprints of the hobgoblin soldiers that are in the garrison there.
And I don't?
Well,
So,
Not yet.
Is that like, do you start checking the village and sort of seeing maybe where they all went?
Absolutely, and John will kind of relay all this to Bacchus and Sylvan, and Bacchus will start smelling around too.
Okay. So the first thing that strikes you as you get off get off your boat at the docks is that there are no other boats in the village. You know that places like this, they make their living on fishing and whaling.
Absolutely.
Everybody has a boat.
Yeah.
So the fact that there are none here should be maybe first clue.
yeah.
What's everybody else doing while John's checking the village to see maybe where people went?
I am going to, once we all get off the boat, collapse it back down.
Okay.
And then I'm going to take off and get a better aerial view, see if I can see the surrounding areas.
Okay.
Good call.
I'm gonna start peeking into people's windows and seeing, does this look like people have actually like packed up and left, or is this like, here's a half-eaten breakfast on the table, like they just booked it
Yeah.
quickly?
Ran for their lives in the middle of something.
Yeah.
Like, what kind of exodus was this? And also maybe just,
You're gonna pilfer.
What was that?
I'm just looking in their houses, just seeing
Okay.
seeing what they
So
got.
Rin's going kind of door to door, looking at people's houses, seeing maybe where they went,
They have so little.
And what they have left.
and what they have left.
There's some
Yeah.
hard cheese.
While Theron sort of flies around and scouts, what's Fabian up to?
Fabian will go with Rin to see what's going on in the houses as well.
Oh, you've got a chaperone.
Wah,
This
wah.
cheese is gonna go bad if we don't
I'm
take it though.
gonna keep you honest, and it's a good way to sneak a nip or something.
There we go. There we go.
Okay, so I need John to make me a survival check to check for prints, that kind of thing. Theron can make me a perception, and Fabian and Rin can make me investigations.
Come on, you son of a bitch. Do your job.
So, Jim, John got a 15. If it matters, Bacchus got a 20 on a smelling around check.
Okay, yeah, but you're pretty sure Bacchus has picked up on something headed in the opposite direction of the shore. So, like, most of the footprints and tracks lead from the village commons out to the shoreline. But Bacchus picks up, there's like a little hunting trail or something that leads into the interior of the island. Bacchus picks up a scent there.
Okay.
They might have gone inland to get away from the shore, get away
Yeah.
from the storm.
That is one thing. It doesn't explain the boats missing, but
Boats might be at
Crashed?
the bottom of
Yeah,
the ocean.
that's true. That's possible.
I got a 17 perception.
Okay. I mean, there's a lot of tree cover in the interior of the island here. It's not like the mainland where there's like just blankets of thick forests that cover most everything. Most of the islands have sort of sparse tree cover,
What-
but you spot a thin trail of smoke coming up from one of the strands of trees maybe about a mile or so away from the village.
Okay. Also, I want to look in the like bay area right offshore. Do I see like the wrecks of boats or anything?
No, you don't see anything on the ocean floor.
Okay. So they might have left, but I'll come down and land and let everyone know about the smoke trail.
They might have taken their boats. They might be small enough that they could just.
That is true.
Like 5 or 6 people just take them overhead.
That is true.
Since it's their livelihood.
That is true.
And then
I got a 23.
so Ren and Fabian, as you're going sort of house to house, you're looking, and most of the houses here, people left in a hurry. It looks like things were taken off the shelves in pretty hasty fashion.
Like mementos?
Mementos, food, it's just it's as if a bunch of people just decided they had to get out quickly and take just the necessities of what they needed. So there's a lot of stuff that if they were taking all of their valuables or everything, they would have fled with, but a lot of that sort of still left behind.
So survival stuff and stuff you might take if you weren't maybe planning on coming back.
What are you showing us here, Emma?
I got a crit on my investigate roll.
That's what that is. All right. Yeah, you find sort of much the same, and let's see. Fabian ends up searching through one of the houses that sort of a lot of these houses, there's not a lot in them that you can use to identify who the inhabitants were.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like most of the people here made their living by fishing or whaling or hunting in the interior of the island. But Fabian's pretty sure searching through one of the houses that you just get the impression through the sort of like a memento here, a piece of weaving there, that you've identified the house of the changeling.
Mm.
Yeah, those changelings and their suspicious weavings.
Well, I mean, like Fabian and I think Fabian and Ren had spent some time at Cassius's manor going through all of the records.
Yeah.
And so you would have known, sort of details like, what does the family do for a living? What are the names of the mother and father? That kind of thing. Okay. That sort of tip you off to make you think you'd found the house of the changeling.
You find a handkerchief with their initials on it.
A cameo.
Something like that. A little cameo or something. There's a lot of little knickknacks and things that they've got. So.
And it's the same as all the other houses, like they left in a hurry as well?
Yeah, it's similar to that. Left in a hurry.
Well, might be with them.
Okay.
About a mile that way.
Yeah, and then
we're hoofing it?
the Bacchus is sort of barking in the general direction that Theron flew off to.
Well, no, I landed. I came down to land to tell everyone.
Yeah.
Okay.
John says Bacchus has a scent.
All right, let's go.
Okay.
While the trail's hot.
Yeah.
All right.
And wet.
Sounds good.
Wow.
So you make your way down the muddy game trail, through some stands of trees and across sort of grassy meadows. And you come to a second stand of trees, and by this point, everybody can see a small trail of smoke rising up from a fire. Someone staying in the trees. You guys there's maybe 50 yards of open field between where you stand and where the next group of trees are that has that campfire that you can see.
Okay.
But from this distance, do we hear anything that sounds like it would be a large gathering
Can
of
you hear
people?
anything? I mean, if you want to scout ahead or try, it's kind of hard to hear over the noise of the rain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna sneak closer, just because it
Okay,
seems like
so
from
Ren's
this
gonna sneak
distance, if
closer.
it was a whole village, even a
Mhm.
small village,
Yeah, there's maybe like a dozen families that live here. These villages are really small. Not they don't even have names. They're just sort of groupings of little houses.
I'm gonna sneak closer and see if.
Okay, so give me a stealth check. Anybody else that wants to sneak closer can go ahead and accompany Ren.
I got a 19.
Yeah, John and Bacchus will for now.
Okay.
They'll trail.
I'm gonna hang back.
All right, I'm assuming Fabian is as well. She went to use the restroom real quick. She'll be right back.
Bacchus got a 13, and John got a 19.
Okay. So John and
Belly
his
crawl
dog
through the mud
and
with me.
Ren sneak through the grassy meadow, and you can see just maybe about 20 feet into the stand of trees, two figures sort of standing and hunched around a fire. They've got like a little oilskin tarp of some kind that they've created a lean-to to sort of keep the rain off of them. And they're cooking something over a fire. It looks like they have a dog with them that has not sensed your presence.
Hmm.
A friendly dog?
It doesn't look. I mean, it's a big dog. It doesn't look like it's a nice little cuddly dog, but it's like I said, it hasn't sensed you yet, so you don't know if it likes you or not.
I mean, this could be hunters kind of as lookouts for a bigger community.
Yeah, one of the figures is definitely smaller than the other. You'd guess probably a woman and an adolescent.
Mm-hmm. Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Kind of look at you and be like, should we sneak back?
Yeah.
Or sneak forward?
Let's approach as a party.
Okay.
Let's sneak back.
So you report back to Theron and Fabian what you found.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well.
Adolescent, dog.
Like a 13-year-old girl?
Could be.
Could be. Around a fire, couldn't see him.
Or a very short old man.
Well, I think we,
Yeah.
you know, if y'all want to go up and I can hide from the trees, just send a lightning bolt out of nowhere,
It's the wrath of the gods.
What are the odds?
That might
and then
not be
and then I show up and be like, oh, if I was only here sooner to stop that lightning bolt.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
God.
might not be a bad
Then
idea.
we just do that, like,
9 more times.
Yeah, exactly.
A series of unfortunate accidents.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, let's
Yeah.
I'm gonna hang back.
Okay.
And Jim, I'm gonna wait till they go up and actually approach the trees before I will take flight and kind of make my way over to that small copse of trees that they're in.
Okay.
But that's what I'm gonna do is.
Okay. So everyone else is approaching on foot,
Yeah.
and Theron is going to fly over.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's just stride in with just waves and smiles. Like,
Yeah.
howdy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, as soon as you guys get about halfway across the meadow, the dog starts barking, and you can see the adult of the two figures, the taller of the two, sort of like grab her, grab the child and sort of like keep her close, and you get about, like I said, about halfway, and she calls out to you. She's like, there's a woman's voice, like, don't come any closer. We don't want any trouble. We just are out here so that no one else gets hurt.
John Arbalist here, local hero. He's really bad at this. Just seeing how you're doing.
She's like, I know you, John.
Yeah. Hi.
Hi.
We're just coming out here to see if you're
She just
okay.
is kind of like, yeah, I mean,
John's kind of waiting for the party faces to chime in.
And I'm gonna kind of go out in front because I don't know. It's a lady. She's probably no ladies like strange dudes coming up to him. So
Yeah, yeah.
come on, we're like,
Since
hey, we're not
I'm proficient.
here
in
to bother you.
intimidate,
We
so-
just, we're just making sure you're okay. We saw you out here. Village abandoned, so just kind of looking for people. Are you two just by yourselves? Like
No,
kind of slowly walking
uh,
towards them?
She kind of looks at you nervously. Those of you who are kind of approaching her can make me perception checks.
And Jim, can I start from where we are, kind of taking a circuitous route? Like go around the side to try to flank them and still stay out of sight?
You can try, yeah.
Well, I'm going to try to do that since they stopped them kind of halfway across the field.
I got a 14.
Okay, so like keeping the bulk of the standard trees that they're in between you and them.
Right.
So John is nervous and also paying attention to what's going on. He got like a 7. But Bacchus, if it's based on hearing or smell, he got a 24.
This would be a sight-based
Okay.
perception check.
So in which case he would have a
He,
19.
he's on alert.
Yeah, he'd get a 19 otherwise.
I got a 14.
19. And then what did Ring get?
14.
14. How about Fabian for perception?
I got 4.
Oh.
They're this way.
Even with your advantage because of your shield?
Oh, I forgot about that. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, I rolled a 1 on that one.
Sabian's a little buzzed.
Okay. Go for it.
You're hungover from the
Yeah.
night's drinking.
Yeah.
No, I just still drunk.
Well, I was
Still
trying to be nice.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
hungover, aka
Both,
still drunk.
Rin thinks she sees steel in the woman's hand. She thinks she sees the glint of metal in her hand. And Bacchus is on guard. He doesn't seem, threatened, but he's definitely like something's going on here.
Mm-hmm.
And Jim, if you want a stealth check, I got a 16 to try to sneak around.
16. Okay. Yeah, their dog is barking pretty loudly at y'all, and he's got he's like an aggressive dog stance. He's like,
Mm-hmm.
don't come near me.
I'm gonna
Dog speak.
slow down my forward movement, but still kind of slowly, casually be approaching them and just be like, you said people got hurt? What happened? Are y'all okay? Because we're here to
the
help.
woman's voice kind of cracks and wavers, and you can see the girl kind of like hugs her and presses her face into her and starts to cry. She says that the rest of the village fled to the manor yesterday before the storm came in, and I refused to go. I didn't want them to harm my daughter, and my husband wouldn't listen to me. And so here we are, out here. Like her voice, she's like, you can hear her voice cracking, and she seems noticeably upset.
Well,
Do I get the impression that something horrible might have happened to her husband?
I mean, you get the impression that there's something horrible going on everywhere now. But yes, you get the impression that that she did something horrible to her husband. And here they are out in the middle of the woods.
I'm gonna keep approaching and try to be really soothing, and also
Okay,
try not to think about
You're
what we're
about
getting
you're
ready
about
to do.
3/4 of the way across the meadow now. You're maybe about 30 feet from them.
Is this Gretchel?
Be like, look, no matter what happens,
No,
you're
this is Zora.
Oh, yes. Okay, September. Okay.
you're two women just out in the woods, and I want to help you however I can. Oh God! And it's true,
Like you-
technically.
You came from the governor's mansion, yes? They called you in here to find out what's going on with our daughters, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
we've been hired to investigate. And is this your daughter?
And she kind of like looks down at her, and you can see her shake her head. Yes, she is.
And what's your name, honey?
She kind of weakly calls out that her name is Zora. And that she doesn't want, whatever happened to her friends to happen to her family. But that everyone in the village was getting angry with her. There was a lot of shouting, a lot of threats were issued.
I was gonna pull the trigger.
I know that's hard, sweetie, but
Yeah, it's rough.
we're here to help
So you
now.
guys gonna stretch this out any longer? Or are you guys gonna murder these two people?
I was.
Mom, what are you talking about?
Yeah, that's your
I
mom.
don't know what Theron has in mind, but they are standing right next to each other.
Well, I did have something in mind. I was going to try to get within 30 feet of her if I could.
Yeah.
And if I'm there now,
Yeah, I mean, so if you're kind of flying low and then using the trees as cover.
yeah. So basically, once I get within 30 feet, I'm going to quicken a gust at the mom. And so that is I need a strength save from her or to be pushed 5 feet.
Okay.
DC 17.
Yeah, she goes flying and face first into the mud, and Zora starts screaming. She's like, "Ah!"
This is fucked up, you guys. I hate it when you laugh like that to me.
Well, here's the thing. It already sounds like she killed her own
And
husband.
you guys just, you guys made the decision to start just offing these children.
They're not children.
They're not children, though. This isn't a child. So that's the thing is, like, I feel bad for what this is about to do to the mom, but she already seems like she's pretty far gone, and it looks like she already killed her own husband.
Okay.
Or at least it sounds that way.
And
I could have done with this a lot more before I had a baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Changes a lot.
Very true.
we're not gonna hurt
So
Sam.
Theron has quickened the
He's
gust,
fine.
and the mother is face first in the mud.
And so then I'm just gonna do a frostbite at the kid and see what happens. So I need a con save from the kid.
Fabian starts just uttering a prayer and drinking more, so no one's paying attention.
Surprisingly, the kid rolls a 19. Zora rolls a 19. So
Well,
she-
then nothing happens.
What happens?
But then nothing.
You go frostbiter.
Yeah. Well, she passed her save, so nothing happens, and that's my turn.
All right, so
Surprise round?
We'll do a sort of a rough initiative.
Oof.
What does everybody else do whenever they see the mother go flying into the mud? And then Zora screams in pain, kind of like she fights off the worst of the effects, but she knows that something happened.
Yeah, like a cold gust of wind descends down and swirls around her.
John raises his crossbow at the dog.
Okay.
That's his first instinct is to
You just got that dog. Don't shoot it.
Not that one.
Oh.
Yeah, the dog's kind of barking and is now that you're kind of closer, you can see that it's tethered. So to just run right after you, but
Okay.
it is sort of like straining at its leash to get at y'all.
Okay.
So John's got his crossbow raised.
I was gonna go over to mom as though I'm helping her up and totally not gonna restrain her.
Okay. Okay.
But yeah,
So,
try to.
Ren rushes over to the mom to try to restrain her.
Are you okay? Shove down on the ground.
Stay down, baby.
Stay down. You might have hurt yourself.
And what does Fabian do?
Oh god.
So the mom is kind of struggling with Ren.
I think Fabian will probably try to explain a little bit and just like,
Oh, this is rough.
where did we go with this?
So 9 more times, huh?
We played evil too long, and now we're here.
I've played that evil campaign for like a year, and you guys are never gonna go back.
No, but
We can't put
this
it
is what
back.
Razzle Sin wants, though.
Yeah.
She wants us to be conflicted, but these aren't children.
They haven't been children.
They've been children the entire
the whole
time.
time.
Okay, here's what Fabian will do. He'll probably tell Zora that she should just, like, stop and confess. He's an investigator. He's gonna go back on.
He's gonna fall back
See
on
what
us.
he knows.
Okay.
Yes, try to check out a little bit. Tell her that she should probably just, if she fesses up now, we can see what we can do. But she should reveal her true self.
Make an intimidate check.
Okay, he can be pretty intimidating.
Yeah.
Let's see. 15 plus 5. He does 18.
18. Yeah, she panics. It's just like, I don't know what you're talking about, kind of thing. Let go of my mom. But she freezes, and you know, Fabian has got her kind of transfixed as she just sort of looks at him. And I mean, you can see she's angry as well as scared. You can tell the look on her face is sort of you know, the fury that only an adolescent can have, just like, you know, angry but utterly impotent to do anything about it. She's just sort of screaming.
Face all red.
And it looks like she's about to go for the knife. So, yeah, she's sort of like screaming at Fabian, I didn't do anything, I haven't done anything wrong, I didn't hurt anybody, nothing to confess, and she just sort of like bolts for the dagger that's lying in the mud. We'll go ahead and bring that around Theron.
Okay.
Unless, John, you want to use, I assume you've got some kind of ready to action to do something, you've got your crossbow raised.
No, John's probably unintentionally hesitating. His right now in his mind, he's thinking like Hot Fuzz, the greater good, greater good. Should he go ahead and do this to protect his community? So he's kind of debating. He's like between the dog and the girl.
Rin's broken character, and she's just like, God damn it, you guys!
If it's my turn,
Rin's holding the mom face down in the mud.
if it's my turn, then I'm casting her.
To make me a grapple check real quick. Just a straight strength check or athletics if you've got it. And otherwise it's Theron's go.
I do have athletics, thank God. I got a 22.
All right, she's struggling, but you've got your knee in her back. Let me help you up.
I'm keeping you safe!
Theron.
I rolled a 1 on my chromatic orb at the daughter,
Okay.
so
Okay,
that makes sense.
The chromatic orb goes flashing into the undergrowth, sizzling as it cooks the vegetation and evaporates the water.
Yeah.
Do anything else? All right.
No,
At this point, can we just kill the other 9 hags? Like just have them become hags. We'll just kill them.
God damn it. Yeah, when he misses, I'm
Yeah, I
gonna
miss.
jump up and
I'm
go
gonna,
for
like-
this kid.
Theron's missed.
I miss and scream, God damn it, finish her off.
All right.
I'm role playing. My language is fowls and Otyug's nest, so I
Who
apologize.
goes next? I mean, it's either Fabian, Rin, or John. What do you guys do?
I'm gonna jump off the mom, because God forbid any of the men do manly things.
I'm trying, damn it.
So I jump off this mom's back, run over, rip out the rapiers. I got a 26 to hit.
Okay.
I have, let's see, what's that thing I have? Rakish Audacity. If nobody else is within 5 feet of her, I get all of these.
All the sneak attacks.
Yeah.
Oh, you went swashbuckler?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I book a swash.
No, seriously. I love swashbuckler.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying it, actually.
I know. Yeah.
I do 22 damage.
Okay. So she's running for the knife, and Rin jumps off the mom, trying to restrain her, and you almost just hold your sword out for the girl to run into. and as she slides off your blade and down into the mud and the rain, dying, Rin stands over her. As Zora dies there in the woods in their little makeshift camp, their dog barking and straining against the leash.
Somebody cast detect magic, please.
I do. I pull out my wand of detect magic and cast detect magic.
She looks like all the others that you've seen. There's a faint hint of necromancy about her, but the others, those that you looked at, I believe that you looked once at one of the other girls, who was like, I think maybe Prunella, and the impact, or sort of the influence of the curse that's upon them, or their changeling status, was sort of lessened and grows stronger and stronger. Raya's was just oozing necromantic energy because her birthday was like next week. There's a faint hint of necromancy about her, and evidence that she's got, she bears this curse that will complete her transformation here in a couple of months.
But other than that, she just looks
pretty, that's pretty ruthless. That's some renegade D&D right there.
So I'm gonna back away and make sure her
So
mom's
Rin
not
backs
about
away
to murder me,
from the girl she just killed.
and then throw up really quickly.
Okay. Zora's mother is going nuts.
Yeah.
After Rin gets it, she's just like holding her daughter, crying, screaming, like, why? She didn't do anything to you. This is not her fault. And is beside herself.
That's true.
With anger and grief.
I know there's no way that you will feel this is true, but this hasn't been your daughter ever since she came back. Your daughter.
She's like, what you're saying, is it true? Like, yeah, that's what they said. Just like, just screaming at you to leave, to quit, to stop. Her daughter never did anything. She never harmed anyone.
You're not making this easy, Jim.
And ma'am, what exactly
I'm
did?
telling you, man, the hag had it pretty set up. What are you going to do? You're going to kill a bunch of 13-year-old girls in order to stop her? That's not going to look good on anybody's resume.
No.
And
So I assume then she doesn't like turning into a hag when she dies or anything.
no, she'll turn into a hag when she dies.
That would be really nice.
Yeah, that would have been.
Yeah.
Baby just sits there and murmurs, "We're gonna put this on YouTube."
I never actually struck the kid.
Sure.
I don't know. I mean, a night hag's a wicked, evil person and delights in making others commit wicked and evil deeds. So, I mean, that just sounds like a real nasty situation your characters found themselves in.
So if I'm going to save my community, I need to kill. If I'm going to save my community, I might have to kill some people that I normally wouldn't. But I'm probably not going to be okay after this. John's probably going to want to go away.
I mean, probably so.
So at that point, he's justifying going ahead and just doing the hard thing, and then immediately, once everything's okay, he's going to go. At this point, he's decided his community is more important, but he's not going to be a part of it after this.
He's like Batman at the end of one Batman movie. I forget. It's the best one. I don't remember anymore. I don't read as much.
The middle one.
He's just like, I gotta leave.
Yeah, like
Dark Knight Rises?
In order to save the community, I gotta leave.
yeah. Yeah. So with that in mind, I think
You can always be a
I can't
pirate.
remember the name. Dark Knight something or other.
The Dark Knight Rises.
Yeah.
Dark Knight Rises. Yes.
Yeah. So
Alright.
so who's gonna kill the mom?
Who's gonna kill the mom?
Why?
Why would we? Why?
Is it necessary?
Because she's a witness.
Don't kill mommies. Gosh, that's wrong.
That's very true.
After I get done throwing up, I'm just gonna walk over and slap you.
It's like you guys just like gank her daughter and then walk away.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, I'm gonna ask her what she did to her. What happened to your husband, ma'am?
she just like screams out. She's just like, I killed him. Just like, she killed him. He wanted to take her in. He wanted to bring my daughter to the magistrate, and you know, I wasn't gonna let that happen.
Why did he want to bring her to the magistrate?
He thought he could help her, and she just is like, you know, she says in between sobs.
Well,
but everyone knows what happened to Raya. Everyone knows what happened to the others. The magistrate, you know, locked her up, and then she disappeared.
yeah, and then they turned into hags. And we had to put them down.
Like,
Yeah.
she doesn't seem to be hearing y'all at this point.
I know.
Okay, maybe we can find a scapegoat for this.
Yes, murder and lies.
Yes.
The hag is just delighting in.
Yeah. What if we get the Imperials to do the dirty work? What if we go back to the garrison and tell them exactly what's going on?
When they just go in and roll in and kill everybody's firstborn?
I think the Imperials probably have done something similar before.
Well, Fabian's been communicating. He's an investigator.
Well, I was gonna say, you guys, at this point, you guys are the Imperials, or at the very least, Fabian is. He represents the crown.
Yes.
He is an investigator sent to check this out. So at this point, you guys are the Imperials. But you're talking about sending the hobgoblins.
Yeah.
But I mean, Fabian, you have the authority to basically authorize this, right? I mean,
John's going through the 5 stages of grief right now. So
Well, I mean, we can kind of have a metagame discussion here for a minute. Like, what writ does Fabian's, what writ does he have? Writ of authority. Technically, without going into the details of imperial law, which I have not made up, chances are Fabian is incapable of breaking the law. He probably is the law wherever he is.
I am the law.
You know what I mean? This isn't like a
Judge Fabian.
society.
Judge
This is
Fabian.
A,
Double whammy.
fantasy medieval one. So in one sense, there's nothing illegal about what you just did.
No,
Judge
there's
Dredd
not.
would kill the girls.
It's just immoral, is all.
It's
Yeah.
just immoral.
it's just gonna make me cry all night long.
Yeah.
Is it though?
Oh,
yeah.
well, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah.
I mean,
I understand that it looks immoral.
In
That
a
woman is
metagame sense, there are other ways
going
to
to
tackle
commit
this.
suicide.
A remove curse of sufficient level might be enough to break the curse and prevent them from turning into hags. A raised dead of sufficient level. You guys have the bones of their bodies.
Ooh.
You could but at this, at the same time, that's beyond the level that you guys are at the moment, at 9th level. So there are other ways to deal with it. I just
Well, here's
you guys
the thing.
decided on this one course, and I find it's perfect given that Razel Sin loves to corrupt people and make them commit wicked and evil deeds.
Well,
And you
okay.
guys
Is there
did it
anything?
of their own free will? That's what's really cool.
We're saving their eternal souls.
Well, I mean, is there anything stopping us from taking our big bag of
So yes,
of baby
what you
skeletons?
did is not illegal, but it's perhaps immoral in a certain sense. Certainly, mother assumes you came in and killed her daughter.
Yeah, she's gonna be
She doesn't
traumatized
believe this
for
business about hags.
ever.
I'll try to explain it to her using, like, if I say using my authority, that sounds like I'm gonna try to beat it into her.
Yes.
Just
You
shake
get all
her.
official.
Wake up.
I get all official. I try to explain what happened. I'll tell her it's really difficult for me. My words are probably slurring at this point.
Okay.
You're like,
Alright.
listen, Mom, you don't understand. This is really hard for me.
This is really hard for Fabian. Yes.
You don't get it, Mom. You just murdered your daughter, but it's really hard for me.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's at this point you're just making it worse. The mom is beside herself with grief, considering that her eyes, her daughter's been killed. Fabian explains the situation to her. Does anybody have a calm emotions? That might help.
John gets a 21 on his attack roll versus the mom.
I'm gonna try to
What?
pull Fabian away.
John gets a 21 on an attack roll versus the mom.
John is attacking the mom.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
She takes 15 damage.
With your crossbow?
She takes 15 damage.
Okay, so you guys are trying to. This like just got like it's like the darkest episodes of Walking Dead over here. Like just people, innocent people. But now you guys are murderers, or at least John is.
John is.
John is.
I'm requesting an alignment shift, Jim.
I'd say. I mean, too many of those. It's definitely an alignment shift.
Okay. All right.
Okay. All right. So John killed Sora's mother.
Yep. Right to the
while
chest.
Fabian is sitting there outlining.
We can't waste any more time, guys.
I agree, but we could have handled that a
Thor, you
little.
find yourself there standing in the rain over the bodies of 2 dead women and a dog that's barking.
Pretty sure we could have walked away.
Sure.
And Ren, what'd you say? Ren is walking away.
She probably would have killed herself anyway. The point is, we have to go.
All
You're an
right.
ass.
I know.
You're an ass.
I know.
There we go. That's pretty. I mean, that's a pretty grim, dark session of D&D. Even just we're not even done yet.
Yeah, Rin's stomping away. She's so mad at this. Make me kill a child.
The one person who maybe will understand,
Slaughter a weeping
he
woman.
looks to Theron. What is Theron doing?
Is Theron on the ground, or are you still hovering?
Oh no, I'm on the ground. Did you say you walk away?
Yeah, I'm stomping away.
What about Fabian?
He's composing himself.
Okay,
Fabian's
because
just openly drinking for
Yeah.
the first time.
if we're out of earshot of Fabian, I'm just gonna look at John and be like, I was gonna do that after we left.
I know. Okay.
It didn't need to be done in front of them.
Okay.
And
But-
by them, I mean Ren and Fabian.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
This community will not survive if it has to lose
I love that I'm the second
10 people
least
or 20 people.
evil,
So be it.
pirate.
What'd you say, Ani?
I like that I'm the second least evil person here.
You're the pirate.
I'm a pirate. I steal. I
I'm
don't
not
steal.
happy about this.
Walk away from the scene of this tragedy.
The storm descends upon the
Whenever
good and the.
Whenever I was thinking of this campaign, I had just finished watching Broadchurch, and I really appreciate that you guys have on. I mean, without having to ask at all, have gone down that path of tragedy and darkness that I really hoped you would.
Josh is upset. Josh is very upset. John is also upset, but for different reasons.
Okay.
Just gonna say that. Josh is real mad here.
All right.
He's real
Here's
mad.
the thing, though. It's like that's you just kind of killed an innocent person next to a paladin.
I mean,
That's
a
true.
murderer.
That's true.
A confessed murder.
She was a confessed murderer. He technically doled out justice.
Yeah.
That's also true as well. She did say that she had murdered her husband.
We're not on the ocean.
Yeah, but
I mean,
Well,
if you need a justification, if you're looking for an out.
I mean, those are the facts of the matter.
John, with his -2 persuasion, would try to convince Fabian that he did it for the right reasons.
Yeah. What are the tenets of Oath of the Crown? Because not all paladins are.
let me see.
Hashtag not all paladins.
Hashtag not all paladins.
Oh God.
I got a 23 to persuade myself that was not the most terrible thing ever.
I can't wait to see what people think of this episode.
Jim, we're gonna get banned from something.
I don't know. I mean.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Jimmy almost killed me.
Okay.
Oh.
So. Here we go. Okay. Tenets of the crown. The law is paramount. It is the mortar that holds the stones of civilization together, and it must be respected. That's a responsibility. You must deal with the consequences of your actions, and you are responsible for fulfilling your duties and obligations.
Okay.
So if you came upon a confessed murderer, what would you do?
I would probably bring them to trial before I murdered them. But
Do we have time for a trial right now?
what? No, we do not. It's kind of martial. I am the law.
Exactly. So be Judge Fabian.
But we're gonna have to deal with the consequences of our actions
Yes.
at some point. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Yeah.
You should.
Yeah, no, yeah, John realizes that
And also, that's not a good approach. It's not like
No.
every single one of these kids is gonna only have one person around them, one
And
unarmed,
we're alone in the woods.
non-combative person.
Yeah, and we're alone in the woods. Now, John, at this point, his community is paramount. Therefore, if he dies after all of this and executed by the Empire for his actions, that's what happens.
Let's go with the accident next
Well, I
time.
mean, who knows what the fallout from this is going to be? Rin has already stormed off. John and Theron have had a little aside about it. Fabian is
now openly drinking for the first and only time.
okay.
Josh apologizes
So you
to
guys are,
Emma.
what, making your way back to the village to get on the docks and go to the next village.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Emma.
I'm taking something from somebody's house.
I
Throwing it in
had a
camp now.
good giggle about it.
Yeah.
Fabian's gonna
Alright.
talk to
I'm a
Rin
little
and be
shaky.
like, man, we can't do that 9 more times. We gotta do something else.
I can't handle doing that 9 more times.
No.
9 times.
John will be chaotic evil by the end of it.
9 times.
John will be chaotic evil by the end of it if he doesn't mitigate that.
Oh, man.
John will be what by the end of it?
Chaotic evil, no, lawful evil by the end of it if he doesn't mitigate it.
And I'll be an alcoholic,
You know,
but
you do
Fabian.
enough of that, that certainly would be,
Yeah.
be the case. One of those is not going to be enough for an alignment change.
Yeah.
Not that it matters. Fifth edition.
He's still debating
You
it
know,
anyway.
It's all about attitude. It's all about intent and action.
Yeah.
Okay, well, here's the deal. If we go straight north from this whaling village, that's where number 4 is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Miss
get back
April.
on your boat, go
Miss
skirt
April,
that other
right?
island, and then-
And she should be closer to the transformation.
This is even worse that we're calling them by like calendar girls.
I'm
This makes-
dehumanizing them because
Yes.
they aren't human.
Yeah,
Okay.
very true.
There's an objectification issue here, by the way. I'd like to point out.
Thank you, Josh. I agree.
Well-
Sometimes you have to do that if you're going to commit murder.
There's going to be some social
So you're
justice
heading
consequences.
Towards, this would be Lee. She born in April. From the village, you get back in the boat, and it is going to be. It's going to take you a little over an hour and a half to get to where you're going, to get to that other island where the Fisher and Whaler village is. I'm assuming, and I don't want to assume for your characters, but there might be some uncomfortable silence on the boat. You guys have an hour and a half to yourselves.
I'm just going to be sailing in silence and be like,
Okay.
I do have a scroll of suggestions, so maybe we could tell the next girl just to walk into the ocean.
John will be trying to convince Fabian.
No? Is that too much?
Not too much. What you said, Josh?
John will be trying to convince Fabian that he really didn't have a choice, and she was done. Like, she would have become a mad woman, or she would have committed suicide. There's no way she would have survived that emotionally.
Or Fabian's just going to be looking into the middle distance and singing a psalm for the entire time.
The entire time, phasing me out.
The same song the whole time.
Just out of curiosity, I'm going to do a persuasion check, and I want to see how bad it gets. Yeah, that's all right. 13, whatever.
That's not as bad as some of your other attempts at persuasion.
Yeah,
So I mean, you're still kind of putting your foot in your mouth, but that's sort of John's MO.
Yeah.
The trip itself is uneventful. You make the hour and a half journey from one village to the next just fine.
Not even making eye contact
This
with
village,
you.
though,
on, Ren.
it's not abandoned. You can see people out. They're still doing the daily tasks of the village despite the rain. As your vessel comes into view, as the people see your ship, they sort of gather along the shore to see who's showing up, and not every day that they get strangers in the village.
Oh boy.
Well, I'll call ahoy.
There's a crowd of about let's see,
Ahoy.
outside, soaked to the bone. We see them. So you call ahoy?
Yeah.
I'm going to let you guys do the action this
Yeah,
time.
a few of them call out to you. They're like, "Oh, hey, greetings." You these villagers.
Aw, look at those villagers.
Sweet
Aw.
villagers. Look at their hats.
They've got hats on and they've got colorful clothes.
So festive.
And they have so much joy and have never known hurt or pain. Until today.
That's not really peasants.
They are peasants. Every day is pain.
Yeah.
They're like me seeks with nothing to do.
Pain. They are. So Theron calls out Ahoy. A couple of the closer villagers sort of wave at you and sort of help you lash up your boat to the little wooden pier that they have there.
Okay.
What's
Well.
everybody else doing?
Oh.
Still have to role play.
Still have to roleplay.
I'll get off the boat and address the crowd
Uh-huh.
and introduce myself. I'm Fabian. I'm the investigator of the blah blah of the crown, I suppose.
Yeah. There's, hushed murmurs, and, some of these people, you might even recognize from your arrival a couple of days ago. There's a lot of like, oh, who's he? Come here to help us or to whatever. They treat you as maybe regular people would if the FBI just kind of showed up out of nowhere.
Yeah.
To address them, showing you deference and respect for your station, and they seem to listen to you with attentively.
Okay. I will ask them. What's the girl's name?
Lee is her name.
Lee. I'll ask them if Lee's family is here.
She and her father left to trade at the border fort 4 days ago. They should be back tomorrow. Is everything okay? We knew that there was trouble with some of the other girls' families, and we'd hoped that it wouldn't be a repeat of the last time.
We could turn the crowd before.
What was that?
I said we could turn the crowd and tell them the truth so that before they get back, they know the truth.
We could. Why don't we try it?
Yeah, I think we
So,
should.
wait.
Your persuasion. I can be bad cop and be intimidate.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I actually don't have either of those skills.
I thought you had persuasion.
I got
Yeah.
persuasion for
Oh,
days.
Ren has persuasion. Okay.
Then maybe you should talk to
Yeah, you be good cop. I'll be bad cop.
From deep inside myself, summon up the energy.
We need you.
Yeah.
The realm needs you.
Yeah, whoever's gonna be. So Fabian is sort
Quit
of
being a
opening the door.
bitch.
Here's me. And then what?
And then here's my compatriot to explain the situation. I wish it was better news,
Gotcha.
basically.
So here they are.
I'm emceeing this terrible revelation.
Gotcha. All right, Ren. You have an audience of about 10 muddy peasants.
Good people, you're facing a terrible situation today.
There's a lot of nodding, a lot of scratching of beards.
Seen the strange weather, unusual things are going on, and
A couple people spit.
I hate to tell you this, but you're almost certainly going to soon be facing demonic incursion into your community. In fact, it's already
Grumblings
happened.
and murmurs ripple through the small crowd there.
Can I get some help with
A couple
persuasion?
of the older
I don't think anybody else has persuasion, so they can't.
the older villagers, are like, we knew it, of course.
I rolled a 1 for my persuasion.
So
Standing there like, yeah, it's
But what does that give you?
it's a real bummer. It gives me 11.
An 11.
So
Yeah,
slightly
great.
above
So
average.
The group of them there.
Really low
there-
energy.
There seems to be some skepticism
And that,
about your spiel.
and that's where,
There's like,
and then Jim, that's where I'm gonna pipe in and be like, don't just sugarcoat it for them. You saw the other families; they were ripped asunder. Those girls aren't girls anymore. You've seen the evidence. Don't just be easy on them because they won't understand.
We don't want to riot, though.
All right, yeah, that's a good help. Are you helping out? Ren?
I'm intimidating. No, I am intimidating them into believing what Ren said. And since we are tag teaming on this, and she rolled a 1, I just rolled a 20, which gives me
It's fate.
a 29 intimidate.
Yeah, they're similar. They're sufficiently, stunned into out of their skepticism.
Maybe even
I
grab.
got the impression that Ren was kind of losing for a minute, except for like one guy in the back who was like, "Yep, I knew it was demons."
But he thinks everything's demons.
Yeah,
But everybody else was like, "What? Are you kidding me? That's insane."
These things
Maybe-
are bad. Demons.
Maybe even grab the bag of like baby skeletons and like dump them out on the deck. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna do that.
Not into that.
I don't want to lose their bones in between the planks.
I'll be like, it's true. I didn't want to tell you the gruesome
so
details.
He kind of like scares them all back into to listening to what Rin has to say. I'll let you make a second check to see how many of them you're
It is so
persuading. You're just like,
horrifying
yeah.
that I didn't want to, say all this. I got a 23.
That's better.
But, yes. Unfortunately, these poor girls are no longer girls. They're baby hags, and their big evil hag mother is planning on bringing a small army of fiends into our world to murder us all.
I mean, that just sends shockwaves through the gathering, and more people have arrived out of the houses and.
We're making a mob.
huts that
We're
line
making
the
a mob.
shore.
Yeah.
The crowd's grown to about the size of maybe doubled in size as the wives and children and everyone else sort of come out to see what the
Someone find me a
what all the
box to
fuss is
stand
about.
on.
A soapbox.
And you guys lay out the facts for them. People found dead in their homes.
I'll collapse my boat back down to a box and put it in front of Ren so she can step up on the soapbox and good people and give a good chorus speech. Or I'm sorry. Oh God, I'm going blank.
Young children turned into
The crowd
fiends.
is quite
Katara.
Wives murdering
they're
husbands.
quite convinced at what you have to say. They're like, yeah, we knew it was always something, and you can tell that these people, these are maybe some of the first villagers you really had a chance to like sit and talk to after y'all's arrival here. And there's real fear and worry going on around the villages. People know, they talk, they share stories with each other. They've got aunts and uncles that live in another village that heard about what happened. They hear stories when they go to the mill and
What is it, Pruitt?
what's
That's
up?
why it's so important
I need to talk with everyone.
that we find Lee and her dad.
So yeah, Lee and her dad are not here right now.
But
At
they're
one
not gonna
point,
sneak
a
past
woman
them
approaches
now.
out of the crowd and she says that she's Lee's mother and that, she just approaches the group, weeping. It's just like, I always knew that there was something, a mother could tell. It wasn't my daughter that they brought back to me.
Ma'am,
All
I'm
those
gonna
years
hug
ago.
her.
can we talk in
So
private?
hard.
Can we talk in private, ma'am?
Yeah, she's kind of like trembling and shaking, but she leads you back to her house.
Okay, yeah, and just tell everybody, just disperse, be calm. We're gonna take care of this, but we just need to have a word with Lee's mother, and
Okay.
we'll post an announcement.
Okay, so you guys get back to the little hut that she lives in. They're off the shore. And yeah, you convinced her. She's like when Catlia and Teska's families ended up dead. I didn't know what to think, and I just remembered all those events from so long ago. I don't know what to think anymore, but I know that she's not my daughter, and that some sort of monster has been living with us. I can sense it.
Yes.
I feel so relieved.
And we do. I don't know how to say this. I don't want to give you false hope, but we know that this isn't your daughter, and all these daughters aren't real, because we did actually find their remains, and we do have them with us. And if we find
Well, she just loses it.
No.
And she's just like, what?
And it is.
And, she was already kind of on the edge of and very upset at that revelation.
But it would be possible to bring them back if we could find a cleric of sufficient devotion, shall we say. So that's why I didn't want to give you false hope, but knowing what I know of the ways and workings of magic, it is possible, since we do have their remains. So for whatever that's worth, I just want to at least let you know that.
She's kind of like, the news of that, she's just like, what? She's like, I don't know, bring her back. She's, that's something that she's never, that's well beyond her experience.
She's just a villager.
And
there's
it's
maybe one person alive who would do that.
Yeah. Well.
And she's just.
So she's just
And
kind
again,
of,
accepting the fact
she
that
seems sort of
she's-
stunned, resigned to this sort of tragedy that's unfolding around her, and seems worried for her husband. It's just, they left 3 days ago. They were only supposed to be gone 4. The storm has kept them, I'm sure. Is he in any danger?
As long as it isn't her birthday yet.
Yeah, it's not for another few weeks.
And
she's gotten
where did they go?
belligerent.
Where did they go specifically?
They traveled north towards the border fort. So if you look on the map, there's the garrison.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And then immediately north of that is a trading post where people from north of the border come to trade and do business.
How would they have gone? Just wondering.
They would have traveled by boat, probably up to the nearest village, and then from there walked.
So would they have traveled by boat up the river to the garrison and then walked from there?
Those little streams and rivers aren't quite big enough to travel by boat on. They would have followed the river up through the garrison, and then there's like a road, like a proper road that runs north from the garrison to the border fort. They would have taken that. Kept their boat moored at one of the villages. They probably have a relative or a friend that lives there that they're staying with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So out of character, one of the thoughts I had was, is it possible for the Imperial cult in the long run to maybe help out with the girls?
Probably.
Because maybe if we thwart this interplanar invasion, maybe they'd be willing to swing that for us.
So
there might be one of the hierophants or high priests of one of the Imperial cults who might be able to do something like that. That kind of high-level spellcasting is very rare
Yeah.
in the world, just because there's not that many people who can channel that kind of power.
Uh-huh.
I don't have my PHB, which is super handy right now to look up the spell, but it would be you'd probably have to be able to cast like a 7th or 8th level resurrection magic. I mean, they're more than 10 years dead. You have their remains. If I'm not mistaken, I think resurrection is 10 years. Raised dead is I forget how long raised dead is. So if somebody wants to look that up real quick, you can get a solid answer on that. But either way, there's nobody anywhere near here.
resurrection is a century.
Resurrection's a century now?
Yep.
Okay, so a resurrection could do it. That's a 6th level spell,
7th.
7th level. So yeah, I mean that's the kind of magic you're talking about here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, raised dead is 10 days. That's 5th.
That's what I'm thinking of. I think I might be remembering the 3rd edition time limits on it. So either way, not something that you have immediately available to you. And that kind of magic is reserved for members of the Imperial household, kind of thing.
And Jim, I just wanted to make sure, if it's not on my spell list, I can't cast it off a scroll, correct?
Yeah, I believe so. I think so. Yeah, if it's not on the sorcerer's spell list.
Okay, so I can't actually cast Contact Other Plane.
Gotcha. You can try, there's just a chance for failure,
Yeah.
if I'm not mistaken. So you guys are in her house talking. You're there for some time.
So
and she's just kind of like, what should I do when my husband gets home? I'm expecting him home tomorrow probably, or the next day.
I'm not sure. Would you allow me to talk to my compatriots for a moment, please?
Yeah.
Cool. So we're gonna go to the next room in her little mud hut, or if there is a next room, and draw the
That's
dirty
just the
blanket
outside.
closed in the doorway. And
Perspective.
perspective. This is perspectives. So what if we give Razzle Sin what she wants? What if we gather a couple of the girls, get enough willing villagers to start praying to Razzle Sin to try to ask for her forgiveness in an attempt to draw her out so that we can finally offer?
I
You don't
mean,
think she'd see right through it? Like, what would, why would we do that now? Like, what would our story be? Like, why would we try to change her mind?
Because we acknowledge that she has backed us into a corner, and we're trying to get out of this without becoming murderers in the public eye.
it's a little late, at least for me.
So
There were no witnesses
the
to
next
that.
plan is then to what? Capture the girls?
It was
and
it was
deliver them
it was
to
just an
them?
idea. If we could capture at least a couple of the girls, it might be a juicy enough target. I don't know. It was just a thought that I had.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't think it's a bad idea to round them up, have them all in one place.
Yeah.
At the very least, that would provoke her or her allies so that we could knock them out or at least know where they are.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if necessary, we'll shove all the girls into a sack and throw them in the ocean.
That's.
Don't forget the brick to put in the sack.
All right.
It's a big sack, too.
Drown 'em
So
like
yeah,
kittens.
okay. So you guys are gonna try to take them alive instead, and then
Well, you get a bag of
keep them
holding.
captive?
You put them in the bag of holding, then you fill it up with water and
I mean,
close
they're
it.
bratty, but they don't seem extremely dangerous until they're provoked.
Yeah.
We could just go from the perspective that it's like, look, something's wrong with these kids and we gotta take them with us. We got a demon in them. Gotta get this demon out.
Yeah. Is there some
Should
way?
we exercise them?
Is
Well-
there some way to dispel this curse?
Well, if somebody could cast Remove Curse at a high enough level, could possibly, but I can't.
Yeah.
We don't know anybody that can. It's the thing is, our options to remove it are out of reach of power level,
Yeah.
or I guess, or
I mean, 'cause
or beyond our
you know,
resources.
From y'all's talking, from the talks that y'all have with Raya, going through the records, there's nothing that leads these children to believe that they are anything different. For all they know, for all anyone knows, they were returned 13 years ago, safe and sound. So it's not like it's not like they're just a shapeshifter that's fooling
Yeah.
everybody.
Yeah.
They're a
Yeah.
Cylon. They're a Cylon that hasn't been triggered yet.
Yeah. Basically,
Yeah, basically.
which does not help us.
So, right, in terms of what's going on right now, you guys have this quick discussion, and then what?
Yeah, what are we gonna tell her to do with her daughter? Should we go try to meet up with the way they'd be coming home?
Well, that's why I was trying to figure out how they would be heading, because if they're going to go along the shoreline until they get to that fishing village at the base of the river and then walk, I'm assuming, Jim.
I mean, could we
Yeah,
maybe
that's probably
intercept
the way to
them
go.
at the same
Yeah.
time as we're...
Well, and that's the thing is, there's a fishing village right here that we could stop at on the way, and if we see them in the meantime, we can be like, "Hey, what's up? We need to go this way."
Okay.
Maybe the
Try
mom
to
can
manage.
maybe the mom can come with us. That way, if we do see him, she can at least try to talk to the father.
Yeah.
What do you think, Mom?
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess the plan then is to leave the village you're at now, travel up the shore to past the Shrine Island, past the village where Teska and Esther had lived, and get to that other village that's at the mouth of the stream and sort of like wait for them or find them there.
Well, yeah, one would think that we'd hopefully run into them around that time if they're supposed to be back by now.
The storm kept them. They probably would have traveled yesterday or
Right.
last night during the.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is by the time we get there, hopefully we will have crossed paths with them.
Okay. All right. Sounds like a plan. Anyone else have any thoughts?
Maybe we can tell people we need to round them up and take them to the place of the original thing, which is the Far East. That gives us a reason to gather them up,
Yeah.
and we need to sweep that way anyway. Ah, crap. Of course there's one way west. Number 10.
Yeah, there's one way over there.
God
In
damn.
there.
Doesn't she need them in groups of 3 to really be useful?
Nah.
Misremembered?
No, that was that. I think I said something about that during the first because I didn't know what a coven was. But no, coven is 13.
Yeah, but
They don't. She can't have 13 now.
3's a good number for witches.
Well, 3 is a good number for witches, and anything more than 1 is.
I don't know. John's an expert on fiends and fae. He knows a lot about hags.
I do.
John, what do you know? Is there any? Yeah.
How many hags is too many hags?
John finally pipes
One.
up from the boat ride. Would this be
It's just an intelligence check.
okay?
Yeah.
14.
14. I mean, 3 hags can get together and form a coven, and that will increase their power. It doesn't matter what kind of hags they are, what the circumstances of their birth. 13 seems like something different, something that's not just a typical coven.
Yeah.
You're not really sure what the significance of 13 is. Why she would need, it's not a. You're not really sure what exactly she would do with 12 other hags. That she would need that many.
Yeah.
But 3 of them is all they need to gain extra power for themselves.
Yeah. This
But
this
hags
seems to be
by
a
their
bigger
nature are
play.
suspicious and untrustworthy, so it's notoriously unlikely that they get together on their own to form a coven.
Yeah, like 13 hags in one place is probably a lot of bad news. Maybe even for some of the hags. Like things could get
Potentially,
hairy.
yeah.
Yeah.
In the sense that if they're all her daughters, she might have some control over them,
That's true.
be able to keep them corralled, as opposed to just 13 random hags that she went and collected around the world.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you're pretty sure 3 of them is bad news. 13 of them is there's no good that can come of that.
Yeah.
Well, good thing we don't have to worry about that.
And also, if we just leave the other one, then that just leaves 2 and they can't do anything with just 2.
They're still dangerous on their own. But yeah, they're much more dangerous in groups of 3. So as you guys make your way out of the village and back on the boat, anything? Let's see.
You know what sucks though? Is Miss March is right over here. Has she already changed?
That
We're-
was
we're-
another thing that I was looking
we're
at.
in-
Is the
We're in March right now, right?
Yeah, Raya was the one that you guys had taken out of the grain silo and escorted.
Oh, she's the one that.
Yeah, that's the one that she has in the jar, right?
Yeah, she
Oh, but-
shrunk her down and
but-
put her in the bag.
But she's okay. But she already has taken her.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't have to worry about her. Yeah. Well then, we head over here for Miss December.
Okay. You're gonna stop in at that one village on the way back then?
Which one?
The one that both Teska and Esther had come from.
Yeah. No, that's what I was saying. Let's head to Miss December.
So that's going to be about an hour, a little over an hour to get there.
So we're probably right around just past noon now?
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is one of the village where there was back in January, the first of the murders had happened.
Right.
And so as you approach the village, you can see the remains of the burned out hut that it hadn't really been, no one's gone anywhere near it since January. But otherwise, there's nothing, it's like the last village that you came across. A couple of people are outside, they wave at you as you approach, and sort of a small crowd gathers as you bring the boat up to the docks.
Well, it worked well last time.
Do you want to try the doom and gloom speech again?
Rousing speech.
Rouse.
Give them the same speech.
We should probably find out if Esther's here first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe just quietly
So
find
you
out.
get off the boat and you're like, hey, is that girl Esther around?
Yeah.
Mm, absolutely.
Okay.
Because it would suck if she's just in the crowd and we're like, yeah, she's a hag, and then she just starts freaking out, somebody murders her. Well, that would be okay.
It would take a load off my mind.
She's
You'd
a
have to murder
witch.
that child.
So you get off the boat, you're like, okay, is Esther around or Esther's family? Yeah, she's not in the crowd. None of her family's in the crowd, and one of the fishermen who's on the shore just kind of points up to up a rocky path, and there's a grouping of houses and huts, sort of up a small cliff. That he's like, it's the third house on the right.
So do you want to do the speech, or do you want to just go visit?
Let's just go visit.
Okay.
If she's here, we can just calmly see if we can get her
And
parents to let us take her.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to make sure that the mom came with us, right?
The mom from Lee's mother?
Yeah.
His mother.
Because I did mention that. I was like, it would be better if you came with us, so if we ran into your father and daughter on the way, you can at least talk to them or talk to him.
Oh yeah, she would come with you
Okay.
if you were like, yeah, she's very concerned about her husband.
Okay.
And is anxious to see you.
Well, then I assume like maybe she'll be asking around if they'd seen them.
Yeah, maybe she can help convince
Yeah, in
us.
fact, if you have her with her, then everybody kind of gives y'all a wide. They're like, oh yeah, that's one of the families whose kids were kidnapped and who's suddenly being murdered. Like, people start giving you a wide berth if you've got her with you.
Yeah.
And you're asking around. You're asking about Esther. Yeah, people are like, up on the hill. Don't want any trouble.
Oh, this poor community. They're forever changed.
Yeah, it's really rough. So you guys didn't talk to him, or you're going back up? You're going on up the hill.
I mean, I say we just go up and talk to them up on the hill, talk to the family themselves.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna be super casual about it. Like, just going up there, no big deal.
In BD, just,
Go back to your
Gotcha.
mud fishing, whatever.
Sure.
Official business.
We just want to talk
Your
IRL.
official business. So the third house to the right is a nice little home
I still got that
up
suggestion
on a
spell.
windswept little hill. There's a man and a woman outside, sort of just dealing with the rain as they try to wrangle some pigs back into a pen or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Peasant world problems.
Yeah, peasant world
Or
problems.
third world.
yeah, it happens.
Okay.
Yell out a howdy.
So if you guys are walking up there, they certainly notice you.
Mispersuasion?
Well armed and exotic foreigners, and are just like, like the woman sort of runs over to the man and it's just like, oh, is this about our daughter? And they both just kind of like stand close to each other, staring at you like, is this about Esther?
It is.
Swallowing nervously.
That is why we're here. Is she around?
they look around nervously and are just like, you should come inside.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Alright.
All right.
I'll be on my guard.
I didn't hear that last part.
I said I'm going to be on my guard.
Be on
So-
your guard. Fabian as well.
Yes.
They open their door and lead you into a small little kitchen / sitting room and offer you sort of little stools and chairs to sit on. And it's just like the mother is just sort of like, you must be so hungry. Hello, can I get you something to eat? She's like sort of visibly shaking and
Well, no,
nervous.
no offense, ma'am. We just ate. Unfortunately, I'm sure you set a fine table. But can you tell us what's got you so shaken, other than the obvious?
We don't know where our daughter is. She went missing several days ago, and we've been so worried, and we didn't want to draw any attention to ourselves. The father this entire time is just sort of sitting there grimly and silently, but was sort of shaking his head. We've been telling people that she was away with her auntie, but we don't know where she is.
Why did you keep it a secret?
With all the this is the same village that back in January, the one family was murdered and their home burned down. So they were like, don't want any trouble kind of thing. We don't want.
Yeah, we understand.
Our neighbors already don't talk to us. They've stopped. We're no longer welcome here. We didn't want anyone to get suspicious or to worry that something bad would happen to us or to them.
When and where did she disappear from?
They know it was 2 days ago, which would make that the same night that the same day that Raya was taken from John's farm.
So Jim, while this is going on, John steps outside and begins to do his 10 minutes for, or is it 1 minute?
It's 1 minute.
He's starting to concentrate into his primeval awareness. It says I can detect either of my favorite enemies, so I'm looking for any notable fiends or fae in the region.
Within 5 miles?
Within 5 miles.
There's a group of about a dozen or so fae to the east of you.
Okay.
As well as the presence of 3 fiends to the south.
Okay. Okay. Good to know.
How far south?
Within 5 miles?
Well, no. It tells you distance
Yeah.
to each group.
Yeah. It says a general direction and distance in miles, and their number, which you already said.
The Fae are about 3 miles, and they're traveling. They're sort of to the east of you, and they're traveling north. The 3 fiends are almost at the edge of your primeval awareness, about 5 miles south of you, and traveling southwest.
Okay. Southwest. I'll pull up my map. Okay. So yeah, whenever I was done with that, I would go in and quietly tell Theron what I learned.
Okay.
If they're 5 miles south, traveling southwest, I think they're heading towards the whaling village.
Yeah, the one that was abandoned.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I would pay more attention to the fiends than the fae. It's not like,
Which means if she's collecting them,
I mean, the fae could be a problem, but it could also just be
we may have to go
a bunch of
this one
sprites,
next.
you know, frolicking in the rain.
This direction.
Could be.
We might.
Or it could
Showing
be
up and
a bunch of
they're already
hags, a bunch of
grabbed.
fae hags.
That way,
So you guys
this
are
one might still be
discussing this in the
available.
middle of the mom and dad sort of telling you everything. They're like, something going on? Is everything okay?
Everything's fine.
It's totally fine.
Totally fine. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry
Yeah, I
about it.
imagine they're kind of curious about like if we have no information about their girl while we're there.
Well, you know,
Anyway.
John would say he thinks he might know the presence of some of the girls, and that we should probably move quickly.
Okay.
And then he's just gonna say, "Sorry about your daughter," and that's all he'll say to them. Other than that, and
Okay.
he'll leave.
And he'll leave. Okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna do our best to find her
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
and do whatever we can.
All right.
She just happens to show up, detain her.
Go to your room.
Lock her in
If she
her room.
just happens to show up.
If she comes back,
you
just
can tell that they
lock her in
kind
a
of
room.
have this look like that they're never going to see her again. And
Yeah.
at the same time, there's also a bit of nervousness about like, well, what are they going to end up dead and their house burned down in December?
Yeah.
Oh, as long as she doesn't come
They're
back.
just, this is like the second village you've come across now, and the tensions are running high. People are nervous. They're giving you side glances. The common folk around here know something's up, and that their danger is about. So what y'all's next move?
Well,
Continue on and try to intercept Lee, or figure out what these fiends are up to?
Well, even knowing a piece of her plan might be important.
Yeah. John would say, let's go after these three fiends heading southwest. That would be his call. I don't know if you guys are listening to him right now.
No, I mean, honestly, getting her is more important than whatever happens with these girls.
Yeah, I'm
Like, any chance at ending her may end whatever's happening with them, and if it doesn't, they're still 13. We can
yeah.
take them out afterwards.
So here's the deal, though. I'm going to ask Lee's mom if her husband would come by this fishing village, right? If he was coming home, right?
They might stop in here on the way home.
But they would at least come within visual range.
They will be within visual range. They'll hug the shore.
So, do you want to hang out here while we go check this out? And just tell them to hang out here?
Yeah, she's not gonna go. She will insist on staying if you guys are like, we're gonna go hunt some fiends.
Well, yeah. No. But that way, if they do come by, you can get them, stop here, we'll stop back by. If not, then we can continue on. What do you think?
She's fine with that.
All right, well then let's go hunt some fiends.
I'll tell her, maybe don't tell this family what you know.
Yeah,
Let them, they don't need to know.
they don't need to know right now.
Not right now.
They're not ready for
Not
this.
just
Fair than that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys do what? How are you gonna get to where they're going?
So, do we guesstimate that if we hug the shoreline heading south, that we can cut off some distance of the direction they're headed? Because you
Well-
said they were 5 miles south, heading southwest.
Yeah.
So for me, like, that looks like they're heading to that little, close to that little horn on the west coast of the mainland. Is that right, Jim?
Yeah.
Would that be a fair estimate?
Well, we can move at a pretty good speed if I'm leading the group, but
Well, I
it
think-
might still be faster to go by boat.
It's probably going to be faster to go by boat, won't it, Jim?
Yeah, the boat moves about 3 miles an hour, and it's in order to get back to there. It's going to take you, just a little under 2 hours to get back there. It'd be much longer. It'd be much more to go by foot.
Yeah. Yeah, and actually, while we're going, I can also try to use my primeval awareness again.
So
to
we
try to
can-
pinpoint.
Tabs on.
Yeah, we can keep
Yeah.
tabs on them and triangulate.
Okay, yeah. I'll be communing with nature, whatever it needs to do.
Okay. With Theron's at the helm of the ship, or at the rudder, rather, you guys are able to shave some time off and get there a little over an hour and a half from when you leave the coastal fishing village. And during that time, John, you can tell that the three fiends that initially are sort of clustered together. You sort of are able to pinpoint that they're probably at that whaling village, and then at some point, two of the fiends split off and travel sort of east-southeast, while the other one stays put directly south from you.
Okay.
East-southeast?
East-southeast. Like towards the other end of the island, maybe.
Perhaps, yeah.
There's nothing down there.
And so you guys, you make the trip. You have an hour and a half to prepare, do whatever it is that you need to do, and then you approach the fishing village. It's as empty as it was the last time you were here. In fact, earlier today. Perhaps now it has a more sinister aspect to it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is.
We're on
it is
high
what it
alert.
is.
On high alert.
Do we want to
Yeah,
go after
there you
the
go.
single one?
Well, the single one's here.
Yeah. If we're gonna try to interrogate, possibly this would be easier. But either way, it'd be easier if we want to kill it. So, and I don't know what we're facing. Nobody does. So, this could be a hag. This could be a dretch or something.
Could be. So you, as you sail into view of the village, you see that it's still abandoned, like I said. And what do you guys do? Do you pull up to the pier? How do you approach the village once it's within sight?
Yeah, I don't think we should go to the village proper. I think we should make land off to the side.
A little bit downshore?
Yeah, a little bit downshore or upshore from the village and
Okay.
approach through the woods.
Okay,
So-
so approach on land.
So we're not as visible and obvious.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So you, run your boat up to the shore, collapse it down. Everybody's on land now.
Yep.
Like I said, this island is sort of little stands of trees separated by rocky, grassy fields. So while there's some cover afforded by the trees, there usually is an open ground between the stands that you would have to cover. How do you approach the village? You'll be approaching the village from the north.
Okay. And the fiend is in the village?
The last time John did a primeval awareness, that's where it pinpointed the fiend at.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. It's here somewhere.
How pinpointy can you get with that?
I mean,
Yeah.
general distance and direction.
Yeah. It does say within miles though, so
Yeah.
We know where it is. I don't know if I could shoot through a wall. Again, more Judge Dredd references, but I don't know if I could get that close. Right, Jim?
Yeah, it's not that accurate. It just
Yeah.
gives you a general sense of direction and distance.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, unless we want to do like somebody roll up in there quite obvious while the sneakier ones, try to flank.
I'm pretty sneaky.
You're pretty sneaky. You're pretty sneaky.
I'm
Yeah.
a roll up kind
So,
of person.
so yeah, I mean, like me and Fabian, we'll head towards, and maybe if y'all want to be on our periphery, paralleling us and getting ready to attack.
So John and Rin, give me some stealth rolls. Fabian and Darren are just walking out in the open as you approaching the village on foot.
I rolled 2 17s plus. Yeah, so I got a 25 and Bacchus got a 24.
I got a 32.
So we are rolling. We are Navy SEALs.
Okay.
I'm like the wind.
And I didn't hear what'd you get for Rin?
32.
Nice. Two of y'all ghost your way, paralleling Theron and Fabian's advance. Theron and Fabian are approaching the village from the north. It has sort of an eerie silence to it. Nothing looks amiss. There's not any, there's just sort of nothing wrong on first glance, but you are kind of approaching it from a different direction than you were
Right.
the first time you were here.
And Jim, once we get to the edge of the village, I'm going to go ahead and activate my boots, but still just keep walking. so I
Okay,
can
that
just
works.
take off at any time.
So you guys walk in. You know, you're starting to get within the perimeter of the village. Anything y'all are keeping alert for? Any readied actions I need to know about?
I mean, I'm gonna ready an action as soon as I see something to take off, like to gain distance from the ground.
Yeah,
Keep some distance.
Jim, I'm gonna ready an action to attack when Bacchus attacks something.
Okay. Gotcha.
I'm gonna do a trick, maybe. We'll see.
Okay. How about Fabian and Ren?
I'm gonna be looking out for things that might indicate something invisible, and not be jumping on top of that invisible thing this time. But
No, not gonna do that.
What will you write next?
that's what I'm expecting is something invisible. So
Yeah.
looking for any suspicious movement in bushes, doors opening with nobody there.
Everybody give me perception checks real quick.
Any sight or smell that would indicate something?
Yes. This specifically, it's a hearing check. So.
Okay.
I got a 20.
Right.
11.
Bacchus got a 23 and I got an 18.
Fabian got 20.
20. Let's see. Bacchus is visibly growling at one of the larger structures that's in sort of towards the center of the village.
Mm-hmm.
And Fabian, you're just kind of scanning the village itself, and on top of the largest structure in the village, it's like a longhouse of some kind. You can see a weird distortion in the air that the rain is causing. Sort of just like a negative space where the rain isn't hitting.
Okay. I will get Theron's lock eyes with Theron and look over at it.
Okay.
And assume that the other peeps are watching us.
I will.
Just to be subtle, and start heading in that direction.
Let's go ahead and roll initiative real quick, because a lot of things are about to happen pretty quickly.
Oh no.
Jim, are we in the wilderness?
Yeah, you're in the wilderness.
I got a 27.
And an 18 roll over to a 4.
It's always heartbreaking.
Yeah, I know.
Oof. Jeez.
I got an 8.
Okay. And you're an 8 to 27. Anybody got between 27 and 23?
Nope.
Okay. After 23, what's the next highest?
I got
I
a
got a 20.
I got a 20 as well.
Your dex is definitely higher than mine.
Okay.
12.
Okay. Yeah, I'm an 18.
So initiative order is going to go Ren, myself, John, Fabian, and then Theron.
Bacchus, I assume Bacchus rolls his own initiative, and
It does, but we've always house ruled it that they go on your initiative for simplicity's sake.
okay, I'm fine with that. Because he
Just so
rolled a
that
4.
that's not confusion. So there is a distortion that Fabian spots in the rain, sort of a negative space caused by the rain. And as he's pointing it out to Theron, Bacchus' sort of hackles raise and he starts to growl in that general direction. And that sort of space begins to move and kind of fly through the air. Looks like it's going behind the longhouse that it was on. That's basically what Fabian sees. Once he points it out there, and you can kind of make out the spot as well.
How far are we from the longhouse?
It's probably about 80 feet away from you.
Okay.
Same with the stealth characters.
You're signaling to this to Ren to follow you.
Well, I'm wondering how far it is for us, for Ren and John.
I got the impression y'all were kind of paralleling them and just finding places to hide.
Okay, so
about the
80.
same
Yeah.
for you as well.
Okay. Yeah,
So-
I'm gonna circle around to the back.
John's gonna follow, taking the dash action as a bonus action.
See if I can.
Okay, so you're sort of running around to the back to try to find out what's going on.
Yeah, looking for invisible man spot.
Well,
Okay.
by the way, out of this, we also need to acknowledge that I only sensed Fae or fiends.
Mhm.
There could be other things with this.
Oh yes, of course. They could have other minions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could have other minions.
I'm still looking around.
So John is the first to round the longhouse. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, because I got 60 feet.
Okay. John rounds the longhouse and sees this on the other side, sort of standing ready. At the ready as you come around. This creature seems to be surrounded by blurry images and has an indistinct, faint outline, but it is distinctly a rather large, green-skinned, bat-winged. It's sort of like part ursine, part kind of wolfen or something, standing there, and as soon as it sees you, it charges you. So that's going to be initiative. Its ready to action goes off,
Okay.
and then Ren will be able to go after that.
Do I know what this thing is? Just on sight?
Just on, you can make me a quick intelligence check real quick to determine.
I got a 10, so
Okay, 10.
yeah.
It disappears from view as it sort of like looks like it's about to charge you. You're not sure what it is, some kind of demon.
Yeah. Kill the fire.
It sort of like makes
no.
a move towards you, takes a step, completely disappears.
Mm-hmm.
And what's your AC?
AC is 17.
17. And you feel in the back of you a huge, heavy axe blade come down hard on your armor, smashing through the chain links.
I actually just use studded leather, so.
You can feel it just like slicing through your armor and getting right at you, and it's hulking over you, standing right behind you.
Okay. What's
So
the damage?
Just a second. It's got a big old great axe
Yep.
for 17 damage.
Okay. Yeah, John's feeling a little bit, Jim, like Tiberius. You know, at this point, he's ready for a little pain to assuage his guilt. You
Just
know.
a little pain, a little guilt.
Yeah.
Okay, so that thing's it's ready to action. It attacks, sort of seemingly teleporting and then coming back. It's gonna be Rin's turn now. You were kind of right behind John, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Does it reappear?
But yeah, you saw it as an indistinct, blurry image of that green demonic thing. It took a step, disappeared, and in that same instant appeared right behind John and attacked him.
So I guess it's in between me and John now?
Yes, correct.
Okay, then I'm gonna step forward and stab it in the back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get off my friend, bitch.
Get some sneakies.
Get some
Well.
sneakies. I don't know if I want to do both yet. So
I thought you couldn't.
So its AC's 18.
No, you still can.
I got a 23.
Oh.
It just you can also do it.
Flanking
You
because
managed-
John's there.
You managed to connect with solid flesh and not one of the blurry after images that it's leaving behind.
Cool. Let's see. Nice. 18, 19. 25 damage.
Nice.
And I'm gonna hit him again with my bonus action, but I rolled a 1.
But you roll 1.
Rolled a 1 for my bonus attack, so just 25. Come on, stab him in the gut, and then I'm like, chink. Oh.
Yeah, your second attack whiffs right through one of his after images, and you find yourself that you've left yourself wide open for a counter attack with that fellow you had there. It's my turn. You got another
never
action?
mind. No, since I hit him, he can't make any attacks of opportunity against me. So
It can or can't.
Cannot.
Okay.
So I'm gonna move away.
Nice. Okay.
I'm gonna back up 30 feet.
Just get in there.
Crap! Bye!
How far away do you move?
30.
30 feet.
Yeah, that's as far as I can go. I can't
Okay.
dash.
Here we go. So it turns and wheels on just a second.
I'm just squealing, baby!
It turns and wheels on you, and follows you, but not before winking out of view and pursuing Ren.
Aha.
Okay. Oh man, John.
What'd you do?
Wait, are you attacking John?
There we go. Was taking a swipe at John,
Oh, and then pursuing Ren.
and then teleporting and pursuing after Ren.
Okay.
What's Ren's AC?
20.
That's a nice AC.
Yeah.
I see my ring of protection is not doing me any
I'm gonna
good.
need John to make a DC 16 Constitution save.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, it is 19. Not 20.
Jim, is this a fiend's spell or special ability?
It is not a spell or special ability, no.
Okay. Well, then I fail.
Okay.
Because I have advantage on those, but...
It's going to be 23 damage.
Okay.
And because you failed, you're going to take 2d4 slashing damage at the start of each of your turns through the grievous wound. It sort of like rakes you with these long claws and sort of tears at the wound that it just gave you.
Okay. Do you want me to roll for that, or will you roll for that?
I'll roll for it. Just you're going to take it here in just a second.
Okay.
It's going to take a DC 13 medicine check or some kind of magical healing to
Okay.
staunch the wound.
Okay.
Obviously, that medicine check is going to be a full action to do that.
Yeah.
And then it then teleports and takes a swipe at Ren with its axe. Okay, you said your AC is 19?
19.
Let's see. And it hits Ren with its axe for 22.
I'm gonna use my reaction to half the damage,
Nice.
Okay.
and then I'm gonna scream like a pig.
What in the hell is it?
It's so bad.
Yeah, so it's like a blur. This thing's huge. It's about the size of a grizzly bear. It's like a skinless green grizzly bear with wings and an axe.
Nice.
And it's fast. It winks in and out. Every time it hits, it sort of teleports around. It's all blurry and indistinct in its outline. And Theron and Fabian, you can hear, it's screaming bloody murder on the other side. It roars every time it strikes and is making a bunch of noise. It's easy to tell where it's at. It's going to be John's turn.
Okay. So...
It's the beginning of your turn.
So
It's
you're going
beginning-
to take 5 damage
Okay.
from the grievous wound that it left you.
Alrighty.
I don't think I did anything that round.
You haven't. John goes first and then Fabian.
Well, but last one was a surprise round because it was invisible.
They had a ready to action.
Yeah.
Basically.
Okay.
So, Bacchus is going to go, because we can kind of go at the same time. So,
Gotcha.
Bacchus is going to run up and attack. And tell me if this is too much cheese. Bacchus is going to attack. Because John had a ready to action, John's going to attack. And then when John attacks, Bacchus is going to get a reaction attack against him.
I would say that the cheese there would have been fine, but between the time that you originally had your ready to action, you said that you dashed up there.
Absolutely, thank you. I forgot about that. Okay. In which case, Bacchus is going to approach and try to take a bite. And he gets 24 to hit.
Okay, 24 hits.
Ooh, nice. 13 damage. And then he's immediately teleporting 40 feet back.
Okay. Are its attacks magical in any way?
I mean, it doesn't say so.
Okay, so that's going to be no.
Did it look like it didn't hurt at all?
It looks hurt, but not nearly as savage as you might expect from that bite.
Yeah.
So Bacchus attacks and then teleports away.
Yes, and John's gonna roll over, sit up, and attack sharpshooter.
Okay.
Nice. Okay, 24 to hit as well.
24 hits.
All right, and this is a fiend, yeah.
It is a fiend.
All right. So 6 plus 19, 25 damage. It's a +1 bolt, by the way, so 26.
Okay.
And then he's going to spend the rest of his move kind of scrambling up and moving back about 10 feet.
Okay. So everything kind of happens here quickly. Bacchus runs up, bites, and sort of teleports back out. John fires off a crossbow. Fabian, you were walking into the village, and you hear all this commotion on the other side of the longhouse. You can, make it over there if all you do is move.
Okay. Yes, I will move. When I move, can I see it, or is it still all blinked out?
It's still quite blurry and indistinct.
Okay, so if that spell says that I need to see it, that wouldn't count.
You can see it. You can target it with a spell like that, but you would have to use both of your actions to move up there. It was 80
That's
feet away.
okay. It's a bonus action.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I want to cast Compel Duel on it.
Nice.
Okay.
And DC 17. I lost my place in the book.
The charisma check. Put it in the safe.
Wisdom.
Wisdom. Okay.
Wisdom. Yep. So on failed save, it will have disadvantage to attack anybody but me.
All right. Sounds good.
Yes. And it also has to make save to go further than 30 feet away.
Okay. Sweet. Yeah, it looks like your spell had an effect because it sort of like whips its blurry head, and these after images kind of follow after it.
Cool.
And looks in your direction with these sort of yellowy greenish eyes. It's not its turn though. That's why Theron, it's your turn.
Okay. So if I move kind of laterally 30 feet, can I see around the end of the building?
But the only way you could be able to move up 30 feet would be if you went straight up and still see it.
Well, then I'll go straight up in the air 30 feet. Is there currently a storm going on?
It's raining. I mean, there's.
Would you consider that a storm?
The spell ends if anybody but me attacks it. That's...
Oh, jeez.
But
Spell duel, really?
well, then what the fuck is the point of the spell then?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna not attack it. That's the thing.
Oh,
It's
gosh.
not a duel then.
Yeah.
It's just like a mini banish.
Yeah, it prevents
hold off.
prevents it from attacking anyone else.
It's a disincentive to attack. Doesn't even prevent it from attacking.
Yeah, it's not it's not a great spell.
I mean, it's first level, but still.
Yeah.
See, I think I have something that might stack nicely with that, though.
So.
Hey, what's Theron's turn? What's Theron doing?
I'm flying straight up in the air and casting Call Lightning. I mean,
Okay.
Yeah.
It's what I would do. It's what I was going to do.
I
So,
mean,
and there's a
I'm
storm.
close enough where I heard like Fabian,
Yeah,
call it out. I might just look up and be like, "Hold up!"
I cast Call
Theron's
Lightning.
like, "Shut up."
I this is what I do. I cast lightning.
It's all happening at once.
It's all happening at once. So yeah, there's a storm already going, so I take control of that storm over this thing, so my bolts will do an extra D10. So
Okay.
I need you to make a dex save. I'm going to do it on the other side of it, so it doesn't hit anybody, but there's nobody around it right now. So
There's Rin's the only one in melee with it.
well, I'll cast it on the other side of it then.
Pass it safe.
Well, then nothing happens.
Okay. Well,
It's not
That
safe.
means it's still compelled to duel with me.
right?
I
Does
guess.
that take damage?
Oh wait, no, save for half. Sorry, my bad.
Okay.
Ah.
All right.
Sorry.
It happens.
I should have read the whole thing before I said I did it.
15. 16 because I treat ones as twos on lightning damage. So 16 lightning damage, And if it has resistance, I overcome that. And if it's
Okay.
immune, it treats it as resistance.
Nice.
That's 16 already halved.
No, I did 16 lightning. Does it look like it did enough, like the amount of damage it should have?
Well, I mean, it's saved, so it doesn't take the full brunt of the lightning bolts.
That's true.
But I mean, it's hard to tell. It's I mean, you hit it, but it doesn't seem as effective as it could have been.
Okay.
Whether that's because it's saved or has another kind of protection, you're not quite clear right now. So you've got Theron flying up, calling down a lightning strike on it. Ren is backpedaling, trying to keep her defensive up. And then that makes it Ren's turn.
How far away from me and this monster is Fabian?
It's about a move action away.
Okay. I'm gonna use my panache ability. And insult this guy and make him feel bad. Be like, I've known like humans that were 1,000 times more evil than you. You're really bad at being evil. And it is a opposed persuasion versus their insight. So I got a 29 persuasion.
Okay.
If he fails for 1 minute, he has disadvantage on attacking anyone except me. He cannot do any attack of opportunities against anyone except me. Yeah, and that's it. And then I'm gonna use my bonus action to dash behind Fabian, 60 feet away.
Okay. Let's see.
55
And
feet away.
It can't make an attack of opportunity against you?
Cannot make it can make an attack of opportunity against me, but nobody else.
Just against you?
Yeah, just against me. And
Okay.
for
reason
the
why
next
last time is
minute.
you hit it, and then it can't make an attack of opportunity against you if you hit it.
Yeah, only if I hit it,
So-
and I'm not gonna have enough
So
action.
if you're moving out of its reach, it is going to try to attack you, and that's going to be a hit. And its axe gets you for only 10 damage this time.
I'm gonna half it.
It kind of like looks at all of you at once, and in your mind you can hear it speak to you. And it says, "My mistress bids you greetings. She will be here momentarily to deal with you. For now, know that your plan has backfired." And he disappears.
Oh, of course he does.
This keeps happening.
Gets out of there.
Pussies.
Find yourself standing in the rain. This thing, after a minute or two, or after a second or two, doesn't reappear to attack anyone.
Jim, I immediately cast Cure Wounds so that the effect stops.
Okay. Yeah, what do you guys do? It's like, it sort of calls this out into your mind. You know, your plans are not going to succeed. My mistress will have her revenge. And what next? What do you guys do?
The other two fiends, do they already seem far? Do your thingy.
If,
You've never seen them. You haven't seen them at all. Where they're still at. It would take a minute of primeval awareness to figure out where they're at.
I'll do Define Sense really quickly. That does within 60 feet.
Within 60 feet. You don't sense anything within 60 feet of you.
Okay. In that round, I'll run around a bit. See if I can ground spot.
Frantically searching for the fiends.
Yes.
yeah, so, I mean, if we have a second, I will do my Primeval Awareness. If we
Well, we're
wanna
not going
wait.
anywhere. There's nothing to do.
You know, you guys are anticipating an attack or surprise attack. Nothing comes. After a minute or two, it hasn't reappeared. There's no other fiends. You're just sort of at this point, you're just kind of standing there in the rain.
Okay, yeah. Do I sense the presence of any fiends within 5 miles? Any fiends or fae?
Yes, you detect the presence of 3 fiends. They are moving sort of nearly directly north, maybe a little bit northwest.
I thought they were heading
are,
east-southeast.
They were
At this
before.
point,
So they turned around.
I don't know. I'm not about to do a bunch of quick math in my head. They're not. They're about like maybe
Yeah.
500 feet away from you, traveling northwest, slightly northwest,
Towards us, basically?
away from you.
Away from you. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then I'll just say they're close, traveling away.
Northwest? So they're heading toward, so it looks like they may be heading towards Miss October.
Yeah.
Yeah, potentially.
Or Miss April, technically.
That's what your map tells you.
Well, we can chase
So
around
there you-
fiends and let them teleport away every time, or
Yeah.
I mean that I don't feel like
Yeah.
fighting a bunch of enemies that aren't going to fight us.
Yeah.
So I think we should go and gather as many of the girls and force her to come to us.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then when she shows up, we cut their throats in front of her.
So,
I don't care
so
right
what, Emma?
now. I'm
She's
pissed off.
gonna find us.
Yeah.
No matter what. That
Kinda
guy's
totally
whole
with
purpose
you.
was to be like, hey, you guys.
No, I think
see
his
you tomorrow.
I think his purpose was to draw us away from what we were doing,
Mm,
and they did that.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. A little bit.
Well, and you've got your primeval awareness. You were primeval awarenessing it up.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You're still within 5 miles of that original group of 12 Fae,
Mm-hmm.
and it seems like they've moved closer to that village that you were at when you originally detected them.
Okay. So back towards Esther. Esther's parents.
Yeah. Yeah, back towards Esther's parents. So sort of where we'll leave it off. I don't know when we'll be able to pick this back up. But right now it appears as though there are a group of fiends out there, some sort of winged demon, either leading you on a wild goose chase or going after the other changelings on its own, mocking you in your attempts to stop it, and promising you that Razzle Sin will be back and will have her revenge against your meddling ways. This is one of the darker D&D sessions I've ever run, just as an aside. Satisfyingly dark, I find. You guys have played this one really well. For our viewers, this is a more of an investigation type scenario as opposed to a real combat heavy type of game, and so it's hopefully everybody enjoyed it, and as players, hopefully you guys have found that the investigation part's better as exciting as sort of just the full-on combat. It's obviously complicated. You're going up against a creature that's had a lot of time to prepare and is both evil, petty, and vindictive. So I hope we'll be able to return to it and see what happens to the plots of Razzle Sin.
Yay! We're gonna kill this bitch.
Yeah.
My revenge
Not,
is
very,
not
not
sated.
so much a triumphant note as the last time, but who knows what will happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, it's so grimdark.
Seriously.
It is. It's the hags. I mean, hags are just
horrible.
nasty monsters in what they do. And like I said, like I was telling Travis, right there in the monster manual, it's like they eat children and make new ones of themselves out of them. And most of the adventure was inspired just by that one sentence.
Let's talk about Razzle Sin. It's been
God.
wrapped up. It's concluded.
Yeah.
Tell me your impressions, and I'll tell you mine.
I tell you what, I'm. It's hard to both think up an idea to run for a campaign that both reads well on a video and seems interesting and conforms with my DM ethos, how I feel like, I like to run games, how I plan it. And then that coupled with the time constraints of having a set time frame to shoot in. Like
Exactly.
Those three things to me don't produce a satisfying experience on the other end. At the same time, I like the setting, I like the scenario, I like what I like how everything happened, but it's not as satisfying if, say, we'd stretch that out over 7 or 8 weeks of playing in a home game at our leisure.
Yes, definitely. It is not our typical play style. We tend to, we don't mind taking our time, exploring, asking questions, because we've been doing this for a long time, and frankly, that's what we like doing. We like role playing.
Yeah.
You know, otherwise you're just, you know, we're just rolling dice. I do like to get to that, and we'll get to that. But yeah, I mean, I'm having fun. I loved the initial having to deal with the throes of the ocean, like it being an environment.
Yeah.
Hey there. Hey, Trav.
Trav has his phone on during the awesome video.
During the shoot.
That's your video. That's your video.
Trav's our production guy. He's very professional.
Should be ashamed of himself.
We love him. We love you. And it's hey, you leave our mistakes in. Guess what, buddy? Welcome to the club. Welcome to the club. But I love the environmental challenges. It's something that we don't really do a lot of. I love the whole the fish people attacking,
trying to tip you over into the ocean.
Tip us over with the giant megalodon. Then we go on a madcap wild goose chase.
A bit of a goose chase, and so you know, I envision this campaign in several as being instructional in several ways. So I want it to be both interesting for my players, but I want our viewers to learn something from it. And so the first Razzle Sin was, here's how you build a scenario based solely on the monster manual, extrapolating what it would be like. You read the hag entry, they eat babies. That's how they make more of them. What would that look like? What happened if someone did it to make a bunch of covens that they just had around? You know. So, and then this sort of entry in the Razzle Sin milieu, to use a Gygaxian word.
How Gygaxian of you.
Canon. I wanted to highlight some things about it. I wanted to highlight the investigative nature of how we role play. What does an investigation look like? How do you do that? How do you start putting the pieces together? Also, what do you do with an enemy who doesn't want to be confronted, has had a ton of time to prepare, and
13 years,
yes, and is vindictive and not afraid to make you do despicable things or extreme measures in order to confront her. You know, but at the same time, does that read well, and does it play well in using the constraints of filming and everything else? Right.
And we'll leave that up to the viewers. I mean,
I hope that enough of them enjoy it. Yeah.
That's the thing, is I had fun with it. Now, getting to putting us in situations to do awful things.
Yes.
Let's talk about the great big murder elephant in the room.
Yes. Which one's that?
wait, right. The woods.
The woods. What happens in the woods? So, you know, what happens in the woods? You know, on the one hand, yes, the changeling, who is a ticking time bomb, if nothing happens, will turn into a hag and potentially probably murder her family.
Exactly.
If not worse.
And needs to be put down.
That monster needs to be put down. Up until the moment where that child becomes a hag, though, that child's experience is as of a child, and their parents have an experience of them as a child.
Exactly.
And had you guys explored it, I had at least 3 or 4 different ways in which you could have said, okay, we can perform an exorcism on them. We can remove the curse that was on them. It would have taken a lot of time. It would have meant that you were playing defense to Razzle Sin's offense instead of the other way around. And so it's one of those things where the option was there. I'm not sure if anyone brought it up. The other thing about how we film these, and just it's sort of a chaotic, I miss things. Rewatching the videos, I'm like, oh man, I missed that thing. Josh said that, Emma said that, Audie said that, totally missed it. And it's easy to second guess yourself when you can go back and rewatch what you've done.
Exactly. Well, and actually, if we could bring Trav into the conversation for this moment, like, while playing, it's one thing I noticed while watching and playing is the lag issues of playing online are kind of a thing, because you're talking over one another, and by the time you're talking, they've already said a whole thing. And that happened more than a few times while playing.
Yeah.
It's it's a massive technical challenge, and there was lag on Jim's end. The location where we shoot has a really fast internet connection, but Hangouts is Hangouts, and we were running out the clock. We were a week late, and that's why I'm glad to hear Jim say that it's about the demonstration of it, because I hit a point where I think there's a lot of people out there who maybe don't find D&D live play as entertaining as others. And the idea is to give it another dimension so that you're learning something. You guys talk about playing this game every week. Well, we want to see you play it. We want to see that happen. We want to know what that's like.
Yeah.
And the technical challenges are sort of an ongoing thing that I'm exploring, because you're talking about, we didn't even have a mixer. Like, you're not even putting people into, under normal circumstances, we'd write a check and hire a sound guy. You know what I mean? It's about the doing of it. It's about, just like D&D, just like this YouTube channel, it's about the love of the doing of it and the activity of it, and not necessarily it being perfect or it being even complete. This whole thing could keep going. Jim has said that Razzle could go on indefinitely. You can chase this enemy. This is one of my things that I really enjoyed about what we made, was that Jim has demonstrated in the videos, for better, technically for better or for worse, there's still a villain. You're talking about a very dangerous thing that is extremely elusive, and it's something really interesting to watch, but it takes 4 hours, and you're telling me that it'd take 7 weeks under normal circumstances. So you're talking about a slow cooker thing that is there to show people just even a bit of that.
Yeah, because I might spend an entire week. We spend dealing with the fallout of, say, John's actions in the woods when he kills the mother, and Theron's frustrations with not being able to kill the changeling quickly enough, or the fact that they're dealing with an enemy. They're dealing with an enemy that has teleporting, invisible, blurry ally. The Nikoloth that you guys fought. It's not that impressive combat-wise. It might be able to take out one of you in a one-on-one fight, but for you guys are going to waste it in less than 2 rounds. So it's going to teleport away. It's smart enough to get the hell out of there. But then it's a matter of, well, can you catch it? Can you find it? What's it doing? Where was it coming from, and what was it doing before John happened to spot it on his ranger radar?
Range star.
Yeah, the range star.
And for me, from a distance, I would rather it be a merry chase than be fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting, because we can talk about that, and we can do that, and you can run combat, and they're at home running combat all over the place, and you talk about combat, but the finer points and creating a character and creating a world and doing some world building and telling a story, that's for where I'm sitting, that's the harder part of it, and the thing to really learn from you as a DM, Jim.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it. I mean, I'm one of those people where I think if you really want to watch a good DM, Matt Mercer's out there, you can watch him. Chris Perkins is out there, you can watch him. But I don't consider myself a great DM. What I consider myself is someone who's a thoughtful DM. And if you're willing to put the time and effort into it, and Pruitt, hopefully you can attest, then I will present a scenario or a setting that is consistent. Where you can pluck and pull on one end, and the reaction that you predict will happen will be over here. And to present this, sandbox is a played out buzzword at this point, but to present an environment that you can play in that's consistent and logical, and that takes time, and it's difficult to do in an interesting way. It takes a lot of groundwork. To get the players interested, to get them engaged in the setting. It takes a lot of time to have everything play out the way it needs to. And I worry that that's just boring to watch.
Well, I no.
Even if it's fun to play.
I don't think it will. I don't think it's boring at all. I mean,
but it's not up to me. It's up to our viewers, and if they like it, they like it, and I'm happy. If they don't, then I hope they tune in whenever we start back our regular format. I was gonna say, if I've shown everybody what a sandbox environment and what an investigative adventure looks like, maybe next time I'll show everybody what a combat heavy game looks like.
Yeah,
It'll be
yeah.
fun. And a one shot, and that's why I'm glad we're doing these Sunday shows and increasing the amount of content we put out and the number of uploads we do a week, because I think that the off show. I love our format. I love our Wednesday shows. I want to keep doing it the way we do it. I'm having so much fun cutting it, and they crack me up, and I think the people are enjoying it. But these Sunday shows are about playing things and trying things and doing different things, and who knows what can happen on Sundays. And so we're talking about Unearthed Arcana on a Sunday, but I think that's a good place for a one shot or a continuation of a story you want to tell or whatever, and who knows what will happen here over the next few months. So it's good times.
Great.
Hell, we might just me, you, Jim, just me, you, and Trav might one day just play some D&D.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
I get to play a thief.
Yes.
Let me guess. Hang on. They're named something with a C.
Corvus.
C. With a it's like
I'll
a
explain.
dirty job. Like
I want to explain
Crow.
something. It's Crow, and I'll explain something to you. I've played this game. I've played that character in every fantasy game I get my hands on. We did it in Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. I've done it in Skyrim at least 3 times, and also played functionally that character in Fallout 3. If I didn't say that, and Oblivion. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, I'm that guy who can't stop playing that class. I'll always love that class.
Let me tell you something. You will love.
Yeah. 5th edition Thief, like, pretty sweet. 5th edition Thief.
You will love it.
When are we going to talk about the Unearthed Arcana rogue stuff?
They only offered one option, and it was we're going to talk about it in a few weeks.
Yeah,
All right, we'll see that.
when we get to the R's.
All right.
Awesome.
All right, we did an intro. We talked about the thing. That was great, guys.
Cool.
Do we need to do an intro for the Razzle Sin thing?
I don't know. Maybe go ahead and give me one. Hey, what's up? It's WebDM. I'm here to give me one.
Hey, what's up there, gamers? We just got done with that game, huh? Razzle Sin. Well, me and Jim and actually Travis are going to sit here and we're going to talk about it. So let's do a little bit of a recap on WebDM.
Sounds great. All right, guys. Have a great night. I'm going
to
stop recording here, and always a pleasure, and we'll be in touch.
Talk to you guys later.
All right.
All right, bye.
Later.